Enough bashing, people. The reason the screen looks like this is I just wanted to show off a little bit what Blish HUD actually looks like. So what you're looking at on the left here, this is a built-in event timer thing, which this is wild, honestly. Like, look at this nonsense. Holy crap. Like, it's basically just the event timer from the wiki, but in the game. Yeah, I'm good. I think we're just gonna, get rid of that one. Oh, wait, can you not see it? Oh my god, you can't see it. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, I was gonna show you that. No, no, yeah, none of it is visible on the stream. I didn't even realize until you said something. Is any of it there? No, none of it's there. Wow. Like, what if I hit this? Nope. Huh. Well, anyways, I was just going to show off Blish HUD a little bit. Let's disable that crap, because that is an eyesore. And let's disable that crap, because it's an eyesore. I was just going to show this off. Okay. That's weird. Well, never mind, I suppose. Let's go ahead and just exit that. There we go. So, you're probably wondering why I'm starting so late today. And the answer is because I was asleep. Just straight up. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, God, you sleep too much. Yeah, I went to bed early last night. By several hours. And I still woke up late. My friend says I was just paying off some sleep debt. Today we're going ahead and having the Doom fan setup, the Devil fan setup, just in case. It's a little bit cooler in the morning, so I don't really need it right now, but we're going to do that in general. Just to kind of hope that it will keep the temperature down. Hello, Zara. And hello, Mr. Red. It's time to get ahead of Mr. Red in the quest. For real, if you want to join, this is like, you've got 5 seconds. No, I did eat breakfast. That's part of why I was so late. I ate breakfast, did my morning stretches, fed the cat. Like, I could have only been like 20 minutes late if I decided to skip everything. You're not going to miss anything by skipping Season 1 other than the presence of Scarlet. And frankly, most of Scarlet's stuff is sufficiently exposited in Season 2. Like, you'll miss the introduction of Bram.
The tomb of the primeval kings. The portal to the mists is in there.
Then that's our route to the gods. I wonder what we'll find inside.
Answers. That's all I want. A break in the silence. There has to be some explanation.
That's easy. The human gods abandoned Tyria. You may not like that explanation, but...
I can't accept that. I won't.
Whatever their motives. We only have one path available to us, and we need to take it. Let's get moving.
What's really funny is Ritlock's right, but that's because the gods abandoned Tyria before any of them were even born. Like, remember, they've been gone for a long time.
Has Jugo come to steal from us again?
Are you a necro, Mr. Red? No wonder they think you're Joker. Oh my gosh.
This is no place for the living.
That sounds terrible, Von Falkenstein. Jeez.
What business do you have in this sacred place? Come to steal more emblems of our royal house?
Stand down. We're not after your trinkets, or whatever it is you're guarding here.
Trinkets? How dare you?
Maybe you should handle negotiations, Commander.
It's true what he says. We're not thieves. We only seek passage. Please let us through, for Tyria's sake.
I see through your lies. Too often have thieves and trespassers defiled these hallowed grounds. I'll kill you before I allow that to happen again.
Okay. Well, let's kill her, so she doesn't have to let this happen again.
Created illusions to hide herself. Only one of them is real. We can find the real one and break her focus. We might be able to undo the illusion.
Break her focus!
She means hit her, Twig.
Oh, God, Von Falkenstein. That sounds horrible. I just got hit for tons of damage from thinking about that.
Look for the real Nadashe, Commander.
Hey, Zaktat. Yeah, Lore slept way too long. Yeah, we're well into Path of Fire. We're actually a little under halfway through at this point. There's a non-zero chance we'll finish it before the end of the second shift, late start aside. As long as we don't get any more adding sections, like we had yesterday.
I cannot stop you.
No,
You may
you
pass.
can't.
As I said, we're not thieves. You have my word.
So you say. But I'm not the only one you have to convince.
Okay. While we're here, have a birthday cake, Mr. Red. And thank you, Judo Joker. Always appreciate. I have already jotted down for FTL, Steins Gate, and Naruto Ultimate Storm, Ninja Storm Legacy. Tell me about the Primeval Dynasty. Kings and queens of the Primeval Dynasty watched over Alona for 600 years. Though our house has fallen, we were the first to rule. Some say the gods crowned the first Primeval King, set above the others who set foot on this land. However, the truth of this has long been forgotten. Yeah, by the way, Joko likes to claim he's a Primeval King. He isn't. Alona was a wild and lawless place. Tribes waged never-ending war. There was no one to protect the innocent or seek justice for the wronged. So I founded the Order of Sunspears, rallying many great warriors to my cause. Together we brought the warring tribes of Alona under my banner and established peace. With my blade I sought to carve out peace in the desert. I recognize the same fire in you. I mean, you can.
Sure are jumping.
Joko made quite an impression on them. We should move carefully here.
Yeah, Joko's been ransacking this place for a while. After all, he's the primeval king.
Get a load of that.
Yeah, sorry. Praise Joko. I do like how much effort is being done to establish Joko before we ever meet him. Excuse me. Hey, look, a treasure chest. Nah, I'm good. Excuse me. Yeah, by the way, there's a bunch of treasure in this room, and we just said we weren't going to loot and pillage. I think you can put 2 and 2 together on that one.
Who goes there?
I'd say not Joko, but somehow I don't think it'll make a difference.
I don't know how you got past Naughty J, but you won't get past me.
Told ya.
The fights are harder, and they yell at you for it.
That barrier's not budging. Any ideas?
Canuck, throw down some mines and I'll lead him over them.
Done. I haven't blown anything up since I got here. Mine ready.
Come on. Come on, you lazy bum. Sora, you lazy bum.
Mine down.
What? Oh, come on. Oh, for God's sakes. Jackass. Listen, I was about 2 feet away from the mine. It's like aggro, Mr. Red. It's random. I can see why we're given 8 minutes to kill these jackasses. For the achievement.
Mine ready.
Look at that. Stopped right in front of it. Asshole.
You have won. And so the false ruler of Elona claims yet more trophies for his mantle.
We seek passage to speak with the gods and nothing more. We promise to leave you in peace if you'll do the same for us.
Peace? We shall see.
Probably, Mr. Red, but it's really, really rare. Someone actually asked that yesterday, too, and I couldn't come up with anything.
Who dares?
We mean no disrespect.
Yet you care nothing for those who rest here. You've befouled these most hallowed grounds with your presence.
Blah, blah, blah.
What I tell you, Canuck, you need a bath.
We only wish to speak with the gods.
We've heard such lies before. You're agents of the Pretenders. And like the others, you must bear the consequences of your actions.
Yeah, shut up so we can kill you.
The Primeval Dynasty ended with us, no matter what the deceiver Joko claims. And so too will your lives expire, here in the dark.
TikTok. God damn it. Because they're dumb. They're like, dude. You must be my enemy. No, okay, I'm making fun. Yeah, by the way, this is the last two fights combined, if you didn't get that. I've noticed they've started doing the rule of threes a lot more in Path of Fire, which is good, actually. Listen, you can't talk your way to victory. This is an RPG. We're all about the killing. Them hobos need a murdering. Oops.
No! They are too strong for me!
Damn right I am.
I will show you
And I guess also Mr. Red.
swallow the Lona.
I love how she was just sitting there invuln while she was finishing talking. Like, hang on, hang on. Hang on, let me finish my sentence. Just hang on.
Nothing works, Commander.
It's another illusion. We need to break her out of it. Enough! Lay down some more mines!
Mine ready.
Oh, come on, she's practically on that anyways. There we go. Whoa! Yep, nope, that hurt. And I'm down again. Jesus Christ. And I'm down again. Wow. And we're dead. Come on. Come on. Come on. If we hurry, we might be able to... Okay, that's funny. She's sitting right outside Mr. Oh, no, one of them just hit. Okay. Now we're dead. But yeah, her AoE was like, look, it's like right outside Mr. Red's hitbox. Thanks, Ritlock.
Nala! Aid me!
Invuln flags. Come on. Stop being invulnerable so I can actually do damage to you. Thank you. Honestly, these fights are just irritating to me. Huge swaths of just hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Bet they're dead. Here we go now.
That's enough. We cannot allow you to defile this place. Say the word, Navajay, and we'll begin the fight anew.
Wait. They're not like Joko's raiders. They may be speaking the truth.
Nonsense! They are nothing more than thieves, just like the others.
Stay your wrath, Nala. We may be judging you too hastily.
Very well. If you can demonstrate the proper respect for this place, you may pass.
I'm gonna kill you. Again, by the way. Okay, sorry to talk to her. Tell me about Elona during your rule. All that you would ask concerning the circumstances, but Elona was a center for culture and arts, a paradise. It wasn't enough for us. We believed our birthright entitled us to more. We surrounded ourselves with beauty, slavishly sought out all that was new and different, and yearned to taste of every pleasure. It's no surprise there were those who found us easy to manipulate. Tell me about the Scarab Plague. Yeah, remember that for later, by the way. When the plague first struck, we had no knowledge of it. Safe behind the walls of the palace, we concerned ourselves little with the lives of those outside the gates. As reports of the spreading plague arrived, we paid little heed. We were consumed by our obsessions and being purposely led astray by malicious counsel. By the time we realized the devastation, it was too late. The palace had fallen, and so did we. And thus ended the primeval dynasty. Yeah, that's right. It fell to a plague. Pretty big plague, though. How can I prove I mean no harm? Honor our bones. What about you? Interesting. A history lesson. After you trespassed on our sacred grounds and attacked my little subjects, the nerve. We were defending ourselves. So you say, well, what's your mission? We seek answers from the gods. Then find the answers you seek. I came into power in time of war. Our armies were scattered, but I stood in front, rallied the people. They came to know me as defender of the desert. Okay. I mean, yeah, I agree, Blatol. Although the Scarab Plague was a little bit worse than a typical plague. There's a reason it's called the Scarab Plague.
You have shown the proper respect. You may pass into the mists.
We promise to honor the memory of your rule, and to respect these lands.
See that you do. We will not forgive a second betrayal.
These poor spirits. Even in death, they aren't safe from Joko.
Let's just be thankful they still have some capacity for reason. Now then, there lies our destination. Are we prepared to ask our questions of the Divine?
Absolutely.
Power flow at 30%. Rerouting.
How many of you think Casimir is actually ready for the answers she's about to receive?
There you are, Commander. Not as smooth a ride as I would have hoped for. Did the portal fail?
We're definitely not in the tomb anymore. It took us somewhere, but...
No sign of the gods nor our companions. We're off to a great start.
They were right beside us when we entered the portal. They can't be far.
So, I don't even know what this is intended to represent, or if it's intended to represent anything, but I love the arch motif. There's like an arch over there. There's an arch over there. There's this really massive arch right over us. Like, it's clearly deliberate. I'm just not sure what it's supposed to be.
There you are, Commander. Can you believe it? Can you believe where we are right now? I can't keep my hands from trembling. Meeting the gods. Can you imagine?
Hold it together for me, Kaz.
Oh, let her have her fun. She's about to meet her makers after all. And trust me, it's a memorable experience.
We still have to find them. Any idea where we should go?
The stories didn't mention anything beyond the portal. Only that it was a passage to the mists.
Yeah, we killed ours. Pretty much the same thing the Char did a few hundred years ago. I mean, we helped with that, but still.
You guys made it too, huh?
After a trifling inconvenience, yes. So, this is it. We're in the mists.
Deep within them. I'd know this feeling anywhere. Like cold water running down my spine. Looks like the human gods are playing games with us.
I haven't looked at any yet, Romantic Hero. So, I don't know the origins of the Ashura, but they might be one of the native races. Ditto with the Char, ironically.
That storm is conspicuously localized. You suppose it's hiding something?
It's beautiful.
Look, the sandstorm's gone away.
Let's see what it was hiding.
Yeah, I think so, Darkrai.
That symbol. Do you know what this means?
You know I don't.
It's the sigil of the Sun Spears, a symbolic representation of the 8 virtues they most revered. We are meant to walk this path. We were set upon it by the gods.
Casimir. Casimir. Yeah, Warrior is the closest thing I have to a main right now. I bounce back and forth between a Berserker setup and a perfect counter setup. I forget what it's called.
What have you got there, Commander?
This plate has some kind of markings etched on it.
And there's more of them carved into the stone platform as well. Perhaps they're meant to go together?
Only one way to find out.
Guess I can put away my axes. Oh, I play whatever. Like I said, I don't really have a main, so I just play whatever I feel like that day. I've got all the boring builds, though. Gosh. I've got a Trap Guardian. I've got a Absorb Your Pet. I don't remember any of the names. Absorb Your Pet Ranger. My Necro's a Reaper. My Elementalist is Catalyst. I remember that one. What classes am I missing? My Engineer is a Mechanist, the one with the Jade Tech. What am I missing? Thief. My Thief is a Daredevil, because I got really tired of Sniper. That was just, it's the only spec I haven't liked so far was Sniper.
That sounded promising.
There must be more pieces of this puzzle lying around.
I mean, in Guild Wars 2, thanks to how you could just bounce around and do whatever on whomever, there's not really a need for the concept of a main. Like, if you're rocking exotic gear on all your suits, then you're really as geared as you need to be unless you're doing fractals. Or strike missions. Gear just isn't as much of a concern in Guild Wars 2. So as a consequence, the big opposition to having alts, which is gear, is just gone. I mean, hell, you boost an 80, and the gear you have on that boosted 80 is good enough for 99% of the content of the game, right? So just play around, find something you actually enjoy. It's worth noting that most of the classes don't really matter in this game. Not like they do in other games. Any class can be made to do any role in Guild Wars 2. So if you want to play a healer, you can play a warrior. For story? So, story is actually fascinating in this game. So here's the story right here, right? The thing is, if you own all this stuff, you can just jump ahead to any of this at any point in time. So I'll actually tell you what I do, because this is what I did. So I did this stuff on my Thief, and then when we hit Heart of Thorns, I switched to my Mesmer. And then once we hit Living World Season 3, I switched to my Revenant. When we hit Path of Fire, I switched to my Guardian, etc., etc. So I just did each segment of the story on a different character. Like, there's nothing preventing you from doing that. You are still functionally playing the same character story-wise. It's just your voice actor changes. So, there's markings. I may be mistaken, but I think the stone place has been marked. Yeah, I knew that, Casimir. Thank you. Let's see if we can't find another piece out here. I do like the absence of music for once. This specific build of warrior just kind of clicks with me. And that's actually the best piece of advice I could give someone in any MMO, really. Find a class that just sort of clicks with you. Like, that really is the easiest way I can explain it. With the setup I have going on right now, I usually open up with 5. This almost always gets me enough to do my initial Berserk. I go Berserk, then I smash someone in the face with my big Berserk ability. Then I pop Heal, get that cooldown started, which gives me enough stuff to give me another big smash in the face. Then I pop Headbutt, which in addition to breaking Defiance Bar, also gives me enough to smash them in the face again. Then I hit 2, and that again, and so forth and so on. It's a nice little dance, and that just clicks with me, right? I also apparently cannot find any of these stupid symbols. I think Mr. Red just keeps getting them. That's why I can't find any of these. And yeah, sometimes what clicks with you changes as builds change and patch notes change, all kinds of fun stuff like that. I mean, ask a warlock main over in World of Warcraft how many times their class has been fundamentally changed. I'll give you a hint, it's more than 4 times. God dang it. Or paladins.
Boss, we've got company. Say the word and I'll tear them apart.
We're still missing pieces of the puzzle. What if those spirits are a part of it?
Let's ask the spirits. Maybe they're here to help.
Oh yeah, we've had such good luck with spirits in the past. 5 minutes ago. Compassion is both the beginning and ending to understanding. You've traveled long and far to get here. Go and take with you the seal of compassion. Oh no, I do like Necro.
The disc fits, but the markings don't seem to line up.
Try giving it a turn or two.
What if you'd let me?
The torch lit up.
You must have done something right, Commander.
So Necro Reaper is more tanky actually than my warrior, ironically, because it has a whole second health bar which it can refill relatively easily. It also has a massive AoE which can use while buffing its attack speed. Okay, so he's just giving hints as the puzzle. I've heard that since I was in high school, Romantic Hero. But thank you. Used to say I had radio voice. Seal of Humility. What fucking access, God. Well, at the market, you witness your father pocketing several pieces of fruit without paying. The guard approaches you and accuses you of stealing the fruit. What do? I can feign ignorance and prove that I'm innocent. I can tell the guard my father was planning to pay for it, or I can tell the guard my father took it and apologize, which is what I'm going to do.
You have earned this.
I mean, it's called the Seal of Honesty. Of course that's what they wanted from me. Come on. You could try a Trap Guardian, see if that clicks with you. That's what I got running right now for my Guardian. That doesn't look right. Praise Joko! Everyone, it's about 5:15 in the evening. We've got nice weather coming up ahead. Oops. 35 degrees. In the shade. Global heat wave. Hello, Dakota. I mean, Reaper's just in a good place, although I still don't know how you're doing so much more DPS than me. Sure, Giga. Not you, Mr. Red. No offense. Say hi, Dakota. Hi, Dakota. You are a farmer in charge of working the land for your lord, a kind and benevolent man. One of your workers asks you for a lighter workload so she may rest sooner. I'll take her burden.
You have earned this.
Yeah, I overslept and I'm still tired. Isn't that just the way?
You have persevered. The path is now open to you.
Look, a portal.
So, Casimir, when we meet more of your gods, I hope they're a little less hostile than the last one we met.
With our luck, I bet they're as crazy as Balthazar is.
Stop it. Both of you. We're here for answers. And spitting in the face of the gods isn't going to help us get them. Show some respect.
No.
She's right. If Balthazar demonstrated anything, it's that the gods aren't to be taken lightly. Let's tread carefully here. We don't know who's watching.
Actually, if you're paying attention, it's extremely obvious who's watching. And now I'm blind, which I suppose makes sense. Whoop, that leads to a wall. Okay. I didn't like my eyes anyways. There we go. Yeah, of course it's Cormyr. First of all, she was the only one left still active.
Hail to you, goddess of truth. We need your help. Kaz, go ahead.
Thank you, Commander. Goddess Cormyr, we have come to you seeking guidance and aid in dark times. Will you hear our plea?
Rise, Lady Mead. Please, continue.
Balthazar has emerged from the mist to bring ruin to Tyria. He's going to slay Krelkatorrik, and if he succeeds, the imbalance it brings could... You know all of this already, don't you?
Indeed.
We cannot defeat him on our own. For the sake of Tyria, Goddess Cormyr, please, we beg your aid.
I'm sorry, Lady Mead. There is nothing I can do.
Please excuse me, Goddess. Perhaps I wasn't clear. We can't hope to defeat Balthazar without the aid of the Six.
Or the Five. Balthazar is one of the Six.
Thank you, Ritlock.
No, he isn't. Balthazar has been stripped of his claim and title. He is no longer one of the Six.
Stripped of... He's in Tyria as we speak, leading an army. He claims to be the god of war.
Come and see for yourselves. Perhaps then you'll understand. We, the gods, saw there could be no victory in our inevitable conflict with the Elder Dragons. Waging war with them could only lead to the destruction of Tyria. And we, the Six, would be the match that would start the blaze. And so, we chose to withdraw from Tyria altogether and spare this world further calamity. Or rather, most of us chose to.
Cowards! You may flee, but I will not. I do not avoid conflict. I am conflict. The Elder Dragons will die by my hands, and their power will become my power.
Balthazar was blinded by his pride. The dragons are beyond even the gods, a raw, primal force without equal. Whether he won or lost, by his death or theirs, Balthazar's ambitions would bring about the end of Tyria. The rest of the Six, Dwayna, Brenth, Melandru, even Lissa, reached an agreement. Balthazar had to be dealt with.
If you won't join the fight against the dragons, I'll see you all burn with them. Cowards! All of you!
We stripped him of his power and chained him in the mists. There he would remain, forever, powerless to carry out his plans.
Mark these words. When I'm free, I will strike you all down and claim your power for my own. I will not be dismissed. I am Balthazar, mightiest of the Six. And I swear to you, you will scream your allegiance before the end.
He would be there now, if not for a certain Char and his search for an old, extinguished blade.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Undo this wrong. The means are within your grasp.
I mean, we've...
Return to this world. Balthazar disguised himself as Lazarus with Lyssa's mirror. The only magic powerful enough to hide the truth from our eyes. By the time the ruse was revealed, the other gods had already departed. And soon, I will join them.
You don't have to go. You could stay. Fight with us.
You asked for a war between the gods. Do you not know the cost of such a battle? Have you not learned of the last time the gods stood against one of their own? Against Abaddon?
You'd know.
1,300 years ago, Abaddon and his army of fanatics waged a war ranging across the shores and islands of the Crystal Sea. The battle was so ferocious that the ocean boiled away, leaving behind the desert you see today. When the gods finally struck down Abaddon, his fall warped and ravaged these lands, creating the Desolation. Abaddon remained a fallen god, imprisoned for 1,000 years, until you rose to threaten Tyria one last time. A mortal hero led a mission to stop him, and against all odds, succeeded. But then...
Abaddon is breaking up!
Incredible! All that knowledge!
It's running wild! It will destroy everything!
I can contain the power!
Cormyr, no!
About your transfer of power idea, Blade to Ball.
But by then it was too late. The surge of power upended the balance of magic in Tyria, and stirred Primordus from his slumber, triggering this latest cycle of destruction. There is no victory to be found in a war between the gods. Only casualties.
I understand. But we don't have the choice you have. We have to fight. Balthasar doesn't care whether he destroys Tyria. He said so himself.
Please, Goddess. If there's any way we can convince you to stay...
No, Kaz. This isn't their war. It's ours.
Casimir, my dear child. You never needed our help. You were already on the path. Follow the trail of Vlast. Restore what has been broken. The answers you seek are in the desert. I wish you good fortune, Commander. It's time. I must join the others.
Goddess Cormyr, before you go.
Yes.
Thank you for everything.
You carried with you the blessings of all the gods. Never forget that.
So we came all this way just to watch her leave?
Kaz, are you all right?
Just... processing, Commander. What Cormyr said. I was angry. Confused. But it's time we stand on our own. Tyria is ours to protect. I know that now.
So, what now? Are we to comb the desert for a clue? Because, as you may have noticed, there's a lot of desert.
If that's what it takes, yes. You heard Cormyr. We're on our own from here on out. So we search the desert. But we do it smart. We'll split up and search systematically.
Can do. I'd like to return to the Temple of Cormyr anyway. The refugees there may have information we can use. And I've got some news to share with them, too.
Good. Canuck?
I'll head for the desert near Amnoon. I may also check in with my contacts in the Order of Shadows. They might be able to shed some light on things.
Ritlock, go with him. I'll take the Riverlands to the south. Let's work our contacts, speak with the scouts. Anybody who might be able to help us in our search.
About that. What are we searching for, exactly?
The way forward. That's all I've got at the moment.
Well, we've done more with less. Let's get to it.
So yeah, if it's not obvious, the whole point of this story arc was a massive summary of Guild Wars 1. And yes, this is Jennifer Hale playing as Commander. But also kind of wrapping up one of the last dangling threads from Guild Wars 1. She's a little bit vague about it, but to be very clear, when she talks about the other gods leaving, just to be very, very obvious about that, that happened a while ago. That happened before Guild Wars 1 came out. That's how long ago that was. The only exception at the time had been Grenth. Cormyr was kind of a weird exemption because, well, I mean, you saw what happened right there. She absorbed the power of Abaddon, so she became the latest god. But for the last 200 plus years, it's just been Cormyr. And she just left. So, that's it. No, Cobra. But we can give a positive for the character for actually being a worthwhile character. As for the Primordus thing, Primordus has actually already woken up twice, and if you're paying attention, he is currently asleep. Which means, yes, there will be a third Primordus wakes up moment. Spoilers, the third time he wakes up will be the last. So now it wants us to go way south. So let's head here, I guess. Yeah, the gods are real and they peaced out centuries ago. Except for Cormyr, who peaced out about 5 minutes ago. I need to empty my inventory really quick. Get all this crap out of here. So Balthazar...
Protect your wares. The Choi are running wild.
Right.
Stampede.
There's some theory crafting about Balthazar.
Choya Stampede. Hide everything. Hide yourselves.
Oh, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Ahem. Yeah, I personally think that they're leaving the gods as dangling plot threads for the future, because I'm also going to spoil this. They have no further presence in Guild Wars 2, other than Balthazar himself, who we're about to deal with. So they are gone from the narrative. But yeah, they depowered Balthazar and removed him from his station. The theory going that someone else has replaced it, because one of the things Cormyr actually said before she was so rudely interrupted by a Choya Stampede was that Balthazar has no place amongst the six. And the way she talked, if you pay attention to her word choice, is as if the six still exist. In other words, as if there is someone else who's taken up the mantle of Balthazar. Just like she took up the mantle of Abaddon. And, as Blade Taval had already speculated, transference of that large quantity of energy is actually possible. So, there's plenty of precedents to show that that could happen, but we have no idea who might have replaced him. Find out more in Guild Wars 3, The Search of the Six. Search for the Six? Search for the Six. The Search for the 6 Gigas. Current Balthazar is powerful, but honestly, more or less by coincidence. Well, coincidence is the wrong word. I have not played either yet, Blade. The reason Balthazar is powerful is because of the Bloodstone.
Now, where do I start? Maybe a scout can point me in the right direction.
A quick word before you proceed. This is no place for the ill-prepared.
What?
The followers of Ascension are constantly seeking different methods to reach Ascension. Follower Zune and his golem collect forgotten glyphs in hopes of decoding their secrets. Follower Dawn Wind fights to clear Augury Rock of the Branded in an effort to further her legend. And follower Adisa searches for slivers of last for follower Lucius Anvilblade to weaponize. At Augury's shadow are several other Tyrians who have come to seek Ascension. West of there is the first camp, where you'll find followers that were here before the Tyrians arrived. Far to the south are refugees from Joko's kingdom. They may know of other places of power.
Anyways.
Quick word.
Shut up! Oh my god. Anyways, if not for the Bloodstone and him absorbing all of it, Balthazar would still be pretty depowered. Honestly, we probably would have already killed him by now if not for that. But he does have an entire Bloodstone's worth of magic in him, and that's not a small amount.
Aren't you the Pact Commander? It's a pleasure to meet you. The name's Zune. Big fan of your work. Something I can help you with?
I'm scouring the Riverlands for something. A place of special significance, possibly related to Vlast. Any ideas?
Well, I'm pretty focused in my expertise. Forgotten glyphs, mostly. If you're looking for someone with the big picture on the Crystal Desert, you'll want to talk to Crew Chief Glock.
Where can I find him?
Here, I'll mark them on your map. Hope that gets you where you need to go.
Thanks. And thank you, Lord Harriman.
And again, big fan. Don't die out there in the wastes.
I've jotted...
So, as usual, this is somehow my fault.
Please
Ahem. Mercenaries 2, Siphon Filter, Omega Strain, or whatever, and... Sorry, Splinter Cell Double Agent, Siphon Filter, Omega Strain. There we go. Jesus. That is possible, Blade to Fall. And I happen to know how we end up killing Balthazar. Spoilers, we kill Balthazar. But, we'll get there. Not too long from now. We're well into Act 2 at this point. In fact, we're almost into Act 3. So, this was where we ascended to be chosen back in Guild Wars 1. This was the final mission, going in there and fighting our doppelganger. It's a little more branded than it used to be, but, you know. Now, here's the bonus question. We haven't actually gotten to it yet, Colgrim, so no. Do you think killing Balthazar will A, make things better, or B, make things worse? Ugh, scarabs. I hate beetles. It's a hell of a fight, too, Brigand. You might want to wait for us anyways. I wouldn't want to do that fight solo.
Ah! Don't you dare sneak up on me like that! You can get yourself killed doing that in a place like this. I'm far more dangerous than I look, you know. I'm sorry. This place has me a bit on edge.
I'll wear a bell next time. You're with the Priory, aren't you? I need information.
Concerning...
I'm searching the desert for... something.
I need more?
A place of special significance, possibly related to the Dragon Blast.
You're not working with much, are you? These lands are rich with history, so that could be any number of... Wait, Vlast, you said?
Yes. Anything come to mind?
Well, since my arrival, I've heard mention here and there of an ancient lost city somewhere in the Riverlands. A hub of forgotten activity, or it was before the fall, anyway. Supposedly, Vlast was born there. If you're looking for, how'd you put it, a place of special significance, the lost city certainly fits the bill.
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Any idea where I can find it?
No idea. Hence, heard mention here and there. All I've gathered on the topic is rumor and conjecture.
A lost city. That must be what we're looking for. I'd better check with the locals.
Okay. Oh, geez, it really was dumb. It wants me to go absolutely everywhere, doesn't it? Well, it's okay. This is when you're supposed to get the skimmer. Mr. Red, do you have your skimmer? Okay, we're good then. See, I'll explain why, because it's really easy to, since it's literally right here. See this sand? Yeah, this is lava. This is kills you instantly sand. This is actually the point of the skimmer right here. There's actually, I think, 2 other usages of the skimmer. And then, like most of the mounts, they just kind of forgot it existed. Oh, I see it. I'm coming. Hang on. No, I'll help. I'll help. The big theory, so since they already did a polishing pass of the Warclaw and the Skyclaw, the big theory is that's what we'll get in the next expansion, is another mount getting reworked.
Has Joko sent you to reclaim me?
No.
Yourself up to the task. You fought well. It would have been an honor. It is.
Oosh. Yeah, don't mind bugging me if we see a hero point. I know how much those suck solo. I've actually tried to get hero points solo before. Emphasis on the word tried. Now, granted, that's before I had a decent build and setup going on. See, I would love it if they played with one of the... So let's actually think about this for a second. Sure, there's the Skimmer. Sure, there's the Springer. But let's actually think about this. What are the two mounts they already updated? The Skyclaw and the Warclaw. Other than the obvious presence of the word claw in both names, the significance of the two is that neither of them were story mounts. They have been essentially been turned into story mounts. The Warclaw used to get in World v. World, and the Skyclaw is something you used to have to spend 250 gold and a lot of grinding on getting. Now you're just given one. So what I'm thinking is it'll be one of the two other bonus mounts, which is the Beetle and the Griffin. Because both of these are, at this point, really the two, optional go grind and do a bunch of stuff. What mounts? Now, I'm not sure which, because both of them are the speed mounts, just one's in the air and the other's on the ground. But that's my theory. Now, I'm going to freely admit I stole that theory from PAX, but I do agree with it.
Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Only in stories. Supposedly it was where Vlast was born, but it's long gone now.
What happened to the city?
Joko happened. When he redirected the river to lay claim to this region, he ravaged the entire desert. Those stretches of quicksand are his doing, as was his sinking of the city. According to legend, I mean.
Spoilers, that's not a legend. As a reminder, Joko's been conquering this place for literal centuries, bit by bit. He's been patient. Again, he's a lich. You talking about these things, Mr. Red? I'm gonna go grab the whatcha-fig. Okay, so you say you have... Oh, your stacks are overflowing. Okay. Do you care about crafting? Because that really is the beginning of that answer. What was that, Giga? So you say not right now, but the thing is, if you ever care about crafting, if you will ever care about crafting, you want to get started early. So, will you ever care about crafting? And to be clear, when I say crafting, I mean Ascendeds and, more importantly, Legendaries.
Excuse me, I'm in need of information. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost city? How do you lose a city? I mean, I'm forgetful. I've lost plenty of things, but a city?
Just answer the question, please.
Once I lost my favorite journal. Looked everywhere for it, and I never did find it. But you know what I did find?
Please say a lost city.
Every single left sock I had ever misplaced. I swear, if it's not in the last place you look, it's... well, elsewhere.
Fantastic. I need to go now.
So, if you will ever care, let me go ahead and tell you the procedure. It's actually pretty simple. I'll actually show it to you. So I've got 216 greens, right? So I'm going to go ahead and use all. And stop. Okay, I hope you're paying attention, because you don't want your bag to actually overflow. Then you pull the green up into your, your shared storage, right? This is actually an important step, I swear. Then you get your salvage kit. I actually have a research kit, so I'm going to use this. No, I'm not. I have a better idea for that. I'm going to use this. So I'm going to salvage all green and lower. Double check to make sure there's nothing here. It should be, and there is, so let's pull that up there too. There we go. So, salvage all green and lower. Nothing here. Mulch them all. Now this means you're going to have to start getting hold of salvage kits, but that's the procedure right there. And then you just dump everything in the bank. I've been holding on to luck. Don't mind that. That's a whole other thing. Don't think about that. Now, I have the store-bought salvage kit. I honestly think that was worth the investment, to be quite honest with you. There's actually two. Well, there's three. There's the copper one, which is the one you use on cheap stuff. That's greens and blues. Then there's the yellow one. You use those on yellows and oranges. The yellow one's really good at pulling ectos out of yellows and oranges. So, for example, I'm going to go and open my 12 yellows, right? So, of these, looks like we got a bunch of yellows, which is great. So we'll go ahead and salvage all rares. Double check the thing. Hit yes. And I just made 8 ectos. For a bit of perspective, 8 ectos is about 2 gold and 40 silver. Now, I'm not going to sell those. I actually want ectos. But you can see how that's going to pay for itself very, very quickly, right? Pull these back out. What I generally do is I wait until I have about a stack, like the situation you're in right now. And then I go to my character with my bags. That would actually be my Necro. And I do what I just showed you on my Necro. Now... what are they? Here it is. So this is the Copperfed Salvage-O-Matic. It costs $8. Don't buy for $8. Just sit on it. There's no rush. Just go ahead and pile up the bags until it goes on sale. It actually goes on sale relatively frequently. I picked it up for like $5. And to be completely honest with you, $5 for that convenience is absolutely worth it to me. Now, you're probably thinking, but why, Lar? Because I am going for legendaries. I already have several, and I plan to have more. Now, the research is different. As Colgrim points out, research is for Ascended, but there are a couple of legendaries that do want research.
A lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands.
A lost city? Huh. I've heard of one here and there, mostly by way of raving treasure hunters passing through.
Any idea where it's supposed to be?
Not exactly. But supposedly there's a sprawling ruin buried in the desert. Plenty have come looking, but as far as I know, nobody's actually found it.
I appreciate the insight. Be well.
I'm actually not sure which one requires research. What? You little snot. I know it's something I was looking in recently. I don't remember which. Pax is a horribly corrupting influence. I mean, one way or another, I need to finish PvPing at some point with all that tremendous spare time I had, because I just went to bed really early last night. I know research came from EOD. That's why I have this research kit here. It's because they give you one. There was something out there, and I don't remember what it was, because I'm not going for one of Oreen's. And so it has to be like either the sigils or the runes, because I was looking at those, or something else. Oh god, it wasn't a backpack. I'm never going for those backpacks. Might have been one of the rings. That's safety trinkets. I'm probably never gonna bother with armor. I actually told Pax flat out, the reason I'm not going for armor is because armor is, it's per weight class, right? There's 3 armor suits, in other words. If there was 1 armor suit, 1 legendary suit, I would consider that. But there's 3. I ain't doing that.
Have you seen any glimmering scales in your sojourns? I'm collecting slivers of Vlast from the Branded.
Land deal. Sand deal.
I'm afraid not, but I had a question for you. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost city? Only rumors. Supposedly there was once a grand city somewhere in the region. Vlast's birthplace.
Any idea where it's supposed to be?
I'm afraid not. But folks in the camp west of here might know more.
See, clearly you just need to buy the permafrost die, Mr. Rick. Don't actually do that.
Ah, new arrival. Come to help the followers of Ascension? We could use a pair of hands like yours.
Maybe later. For now, I need information. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost City? I could swear I heard something about that from the locals. Apparently it was where Vlast was born. That's the long and short of it, though. Follower Disa may know more.
Almost assuredly from a birthday gift, late of all. For those of you not aware, and I wasn't aware of this until like a week ago, or 3 days ago, however long it's been since someone told me. From the birthday gifts, you can pick all sorts of die packs. One of those is the Jormag pack. The Jormag pack can contain permafrost. I was going to start beelining Jormag packs, but then Eitri just gave me permafrost. Thank you again, Eitri. Not that you're watching, but if you ever see this on the VOD, thank you. Did I already talk to this guy? I swear I already talked to this guy.
Excuse me, I have another question for you. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
There are all kinds of curiosities in this region. Lost City? Sure, why not? Wouldn't surprise me anyway. But beyond that, no, nothing specific. Ask around Augury's shadow. You there? You don't look busy. I require your assistance.
I don't look busy. I am a little busy, thanks. Okay, so now I think we should be in a good place. Oh wait, I think I missed one. Oh, whatever. Gonna leave all those people dead on the ground, as they deserve.
Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
A lost city? Can't help you. But if you find it and dangerous things live there, let me know, and I'll come running.
Interestingly enough, Path to Ascension does start in about 33 minutes, which is this meta right here. But no, there's no Path of Fire metas, excuse me, there's no launch Path of Fire vanillas or metas. Oh my god, I don't know what to call that. There's nothing until Season 4 that I'm looking at, let's just put it that way. Having said that, if anybody is interested, Pinata is a source of something, I forget what. It's probably an infusion.
We have to help. Lucius said I had to keep out of trouble. I know. You could help me gather evidence.
Do you
I'm
know
sure that would
anything
be
about
okay.
a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Only lost city I know of is where Vlast was born. The Forgotten City. According to legend, it was reclaimed by the desert.
Any idea where it's supposed to be?
Not specifically, but I ran into a couple of treasure hunters looking for it not too long ago.
There it is. Festive Confetti Infusion, I believe is it. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I just saw how much that's going for on the auction house. I could buy multiple legendaries with that. Wow. Like, just straight up buy legendaries with that kind of money. So, infusions. We haven't even talked about infusions, nor will we talk about them past right now. Infusions are little extra things you can throw onto your gear. Like, it actually, you see there, unused infusion slot, unused infusion slot. So, some infusions are cosmetic, some infusions give you, like, actual stats or whatever. It's... Okay. The easiest way to explain this is Diablo 3. Just bear with me. So, Diablo 3 is like, hey, you know, you've got your gear, and then you've got your set pieces, and then you've got your legendary gear. But above legendary is a whole other bracket called ancient. Ancient gear isn't really necessary unless you're really, really, really pushing the higher ends of grifts, right? Grid rifts. So, you don't really care about that for like 99% of the game. But once you get up to that 1%, you need those ancients. You want that ancients. That's the high-end, no really stuff. That's infusions. Infusions are found absolutely all over the place. Again, there's cosmetic infusions, and then there's regular infusions. And they give all kinds of fun stuff. Do note I'm not counting agony infusions for this. That's a fractal thing. That doesn't matter. Like, just pulling up a list here really quick, because I actually happened to be looking at this recently. So yeah, if you got the Festive Confetti Infusion, that's the one that Pax was just talking about, that sells for about 8,000 gold. Now, if you're wondering how much money 8,000 gold is, let's say I want to buy a legendary weapon right now. You know what? Legendary enemy. Let's just do that. I just want to look at every legendary currently available for sale. The most expensive legendary right now is Eternity for 3,300 gold. 400 gold, excuse me. The spear I have on my back is about 3,000 gold. Most of the tier... These are all tier 3... Excuse me. Season 3... Season 4? Whatever. These are all legendary weapons here. I've actually been debating getting the axes for these, but it's probably not happening.
I'm not so sure.
I think you get the general idea. The cheapest infusion looks like the Battle in Tarir meta in Auric, which is only 1,500 gold. Jesus Christ. The Mordrim Vinewrath meta in Silver Wastes gives an 8,000 gold one. Crystal Infusion, that's the that's the Shatterer, gives 2,000 gold. Heart of Conor, that's 2,000 gold. Frost Legion, that's 4,000 gold. Dragonstorms gives 2,000 gold. Oh, sorry, there's two from Dragonstorm. My bad. Both of them goes for about 2,000 gold. There's also one you can get as a pure random chance. All you have to do is combine 1 Ecto and 3 exotics. And you have a chance of getting a Mystic Infusion. That goes for 8,000 gold. I think you get the overall idea. I'm not sure I've ever even seen an infusion in this game. Void. Here it is. From Dragon's End. Oh my god. Can I can't preview that, can I?
Here comes a siege worm, and I'm on it. Lightning reflexes. Ignite arrows. Barrage.
You two make quick work of them. The gaze of the gods will shine on you. To be young again.
So you can actually trade the Void one.
Get it?
Haha, very funny.
So you can actually trade the glob of Dragon Void Ether. You're not going to find that on the auction house because it goes for more money than you can list things on the auction house for. So that's the other layer of things. Anybody who's played Tor knows that at a certain point the auction house just doesn't cover the money. This is actually a semi-common thing in a lot of MMOs, especially older MMOs, where gold just is no longer a valuable metric of currency. Like it's no longer fungible at certain levels. Apparently there's a bank guild in this very game, which I don't know what they're called, don't ask me, who their purpose is to be there as a medium of trade for things that sell for more than 10,000 gold.
Escher is there, and he's a big scary.
I'm never going to see any of that, obviously.
Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
Lost city? Nothing comes to mind immediately, but I'm hardly an expert. You should ask Nyala. She's in the tent just over there, tending to the children.
The Abyssal Infusion, Pax, is also kind of cool. Pretty similar to the Void one.
I'm Menlo, and I'll keep them alive. Heal area, heal party, healing seed.
Oh, by Glint herself, I can't possibly overcome these heroes.
Yay, we defeated him! Now we can enter Augury Rock.
Yeah, these two kids are playing, well, they're essentially LARPing.
Will do, thanks.
It's actually really cute. Who am I missing around here? Ah, there it is.
Look who's returned. How was your adventure?
We're not done yet. We passed the trial, but we still have to enter Augury Rock.
Then we can fight the evil doppelganger. Dun dun dun.
Well, don't let us slow you down. Step on these 3 runes and Augury Rock will open.
My nephew told me.
Greetings, Wayfarer. Have you come to join us in the search for Ascension?
Maybe later. For now, I need information. Do you know anything
Okay,
about a lost
Nayala,
city
you're
located
the
somewhere in the
doppelganger,
Riverlands?
and we're here to
What about
defeat
the
you.
Forgotten City?
Prepare yourselves.
The Forgotten?
Any skills you
really
can do,
interesting.
I can
They
teach
took
you.
care of Lass
I'm
since he
gonna
was
use
born.
these necromancer
Sounds like you know a lot about it. Any idea where I can find it?
Lure you into my traps. Barb
What
trap,
about the
flame
river
trap, spike trap.
Suppose they might know?
Oh, yeah! Go ask the river folk.
You'll find them south of here, settled along the riverbank. They'll know more about the story.
Sorry, while she was talking, I was also reading up on agony resistance, which is the infusions for fractals. Apparently, the max amount of agony resistance you need is 150 to be able to do all the fractals. There's whole guides on how exactly to get that much resistance efficiently. Yay, Sandstorm. If you ever played Lotro, Agony will make perfect sense because it's almost the exact same mechanic. Over there it's called Dread. Agony just does percentage max health damage to you every second. And reduces your healing and damage.
Do you have business with Elder Muriel?
I'm searching the Riverlands for something important. I've been canvassing the area in search of information.
She does love visitors. But you should know something. Muriel's very old, and her answers are not always clear. Please be patient with her. And try to speak up. Her hearing isn't what it used to be.
Jeez. Sorry, apparently, in order to get that much agony resistance, what you need is 3,200 plus 1 agony infusions and about 50 gold. Some people wonder why I call the other half of the game grindy.
Ah, and who are you? I don't know your face, but I like it.
Thanks. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was hoping I could ask you a question. Do you know anything about a lost city located somewhere in the Riverlands?
A city swallowed whole by the desert itself. Kesho, yes.
Kesho. Is that the name of the city?
City? No, a nursery, where the Forgotten toiled. Where Vlast's eyes first opened. Where Glint gave us her legacy.
I need to find Kesho, Elder Muriel. Can you tell me where it is?
A terrible journey across terrible lands, beyond the sinking dunes.
I see. Thank you.
Honestly, probably yeah, Mr.
Last's birthplace. Now I just have to find it.
Because, yeah, the other half of the game is almost entirely mindless grind. And I kind of mean that as an insult. Like, you really don't have to pay attention for most of it.
I have a feeling I'm going to regret this, but I have another question for you. I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho? You mean... Oh, wait, Kesho. I know who you're talking about.
No, Kesho's a place.
I met him at a crew mixer some years ago, if memory serves. Short fellow, yes? Loud, reeking of solvent.
Please, stop talking.
And the most hideous laughter I've ever heard.
Thanks, I'm walking away now. Why did I think that'd turn out differently this time?
Had to show that off. Okay. Yeah, it's not quite as mindless as, say, Final Fantasy XI. But it's getting there.
Hey, can you talk?
There he is.
Excuse me. I have another question for you. I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho. I know I've heard that name somewhere. That's right. I overheard Ardra shouting at someone about Kesho the other day. It's a place? I thought it was a person.
Ardra. Where can I find her?
She's to the west of here, but, just as a forewarning, she's a little prickly when it comes to treasure hunters.
I'm not hunting for treasure. I'm searching for answers.
I'm not sure Ardra will appreciate the distinction, but good luck with your search just the same.
Yeah, I popped on FF11 briefly to unlock a few things.
I don't believe it. All these people are being cheated. We have to help. Lucia said I had to keep out of trouble. I know. You could help me gather evidence. I'm sure that would be okay.
Let me emulate combat for you. Granted, at low levels in FF11. Okay, so I walk up to something. I have to be near it. I tap enter, and then enter again, which then enters combat. Then I have to manually run up to it and hope that as it's roaming around, during one of the ticks during which I swing my sword, it's in range. Oftentimes I have to swing at the air twice before I actually successfully manage to attack the enemy I'm currently trying to attack. Once I've successfully engaged it, I immediately alt-tab and do anything else because there's nothing left to do for the rest of combat. Once combat has concluded, I go back to the game and move on to my next target.
Excuse me. I have another question for you. I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Oh, I know. From the song Elder Muriel used to sing to us when she'd visit.
Oh, that's right. I don't recall how it went. Do you?
Something, Kesho, something, sunk into the sea of sand. Oh, wait, no, that's not right. It doesn't rhyme.
It doesn't have to.
But if I remember anything else, I'll let you know.
I appreciate the help. Thank you both.
Yeah! I helped!
How can you put a price on ascension?
Braywin, do not play FF11. I'm going to say that as simply as I possibly can.
Excuse me. I have another question for you. I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho. Never heard of it. But Nyala might know something. Worth a shot at least. Good luck.
Yeah, I was going to say, Guild Wars 2, if you find Guild Wars 2 frustrating, no judgment, of course, do not play FF11.
Excuse me. I have another question for you. I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho. Oh, Kesho. Yeah, that's the place.
Go on.
These treasure hunters I ran into not long ago, they were looking for a lost city. I'd forgotten the name until you said it. It was definitely Kesho.
Did they find it? Where were they headed?
Toward the wastes. They needed a way to get past all the quicksand. I suggested they hit up the skimmer camp. No idea what happened to them or if they ever found it. I never saw them again.
Yeah, by the way, negative to gameplay for this one. Just gonna give that away. Not to keep bashing FF11. So, Blade 12 mentions that I don't have a combat skill. Actually, I do. It costs 1000 TP, which is something you build up with auto attacks. So, the actual combat involves waiting until, auto attacking, alt tabbing, until I get 1000 TP. Then I have to do, let's see, it's enter, and then I navigate the menu to its abilities and then weapon skills. And then I need to find the ability I have, which is like Fast Strike or something like that. And then use that. Or, hang on. There's a way around all that nonsense. All I have to do is set up a macro and bind it to something, which I'm not going to explain the process of doing that to you because I needed a guide to figure out how the hell to get the macros actually functioning. In which case I just hit Control 1. Now, you're probably thinking, that sounds terrible. And it does. And it is. But you know what was really funny is how easy it was to slide into FF11. Because all I had to do was think, I'm playing Asheron's Call. That's all I had to do, was mentally shift back about 20 years of game design in order to remember back in the day when doing anything involved doing 5 other steps to make the one thing substantially less irritating to do. Because that's really what that boils down to. I know that sounds strange, but like if I was to review Asheron's Call, it would not review well. Because the overwhelming majority of my playtime at Asheron's Call was using add-ons and mods and custom scripts and fan information that made the game more tolerable. Does that sound familiar?
I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho? It's been a while since anybody's asked me about Kesho. How'd you come across that name?
With great difficulty, I promise you. What can you tell me about it?
You're different from the others. Maybe you are after something more than riches and glory. If Kesho truly exists, you'll find it to the northwest of here, where it was claimed by the desert. If you head that way, you'll want to bring your skimmer along. Otherwise, the desert will claim you too.
Translation. You got your skimmer, right? Which I do. I've even got a person I can res. I sincerely doubt I would like FF11 because it reminds me of Asheron's Call. Because A, as I just said, Asheron's Call was not a good game. And B, and far more importantly, I don't really have that kind of nostalgia. Yeah, so the guide that Rax linked me said, here's how you should get money early on. And it was like, use the auction house. The guide also included a guide of how to use the auction house, because whatever it is you're picturing in your head for how you would interact with an auction house is not how you use an auction house in FF11. Like, it's not like, okay, hang on, let's see. Go to auction house, search for thing, buy thing, done. That's not how that works.
When we get moving again, how can we avoid the Forged?
We'll have to head east. Hopefully we're far enough north to avoid the Awakened.
But at least the Forged left us alive. Are you sure risking a run-in with the Awakened is better?
I honestly don't know. But if nothing else, Augury Rock should offer better cover than open desert. Besides, we'll have to head through Destiny's Gorge anyway to get to Amnoon.
Yeah, I was going to say, from what I understand, FF11's auction house is actively worse than the Bazaar back in EverQuest. Because for those of you who don't remember, there was no auction house in EverQuest. There was a bunch of people who would idle their characters there selling stuff. Same thing with Asheron's Call, by the way.
I'm searching for a lost city called Kesho. What do you know about it?
Kesho? Where have I heard that name before?
Whatever happened to that adventurer we ran into last year? Wasn't he looking for some kind of lost city?
Oh, that's right. That was the fellow. He swore up and down he'd found a legendary lost city. And he asked us to join his search for a cut of the treasure.
What happened to him? Where'd he go?
See the fissure to the north? He ventured into the caves beneath it, and that was the last we saw of him.
Did anyone go with him?
With so many branded in the area, we know better than that.
Shame the adventurer didn't.
Yeah, there was this guy, Mr. Red, I want to say. By the way, do you have this mastery point up here, Mr. Red? Because if you don't, this is a great time to get it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, frickin' shark. This is fighting sharks in a nutshell. All they do is knock you out. Ooh, okay. Hang on. Hang on. Let's get our full jet here. Ooh, Jesus. Almost didn't make that. Yeah, that's the exact same problem Asheron's Call had. Sometimes people would sell certain types of things, but that's up to the player. Oh, it's down? It's down. How do we go down? Oh, I think I know how. Let me test something here real quick. What am I in combat with? Nope, that's not it. It's over here. So that's not it. Hang on. Let me do a little searching. That means there's a cave somewhere. But yeah, one of the things I used to do in AC is I used to hit the marketplace, which was something the devs set up. So marketplace was actually fascinating. It was an interesting idea, and I do give the devs credit for it. Here's how it worked. Every character in the game, from the moment of character creation, has the ability to type /MP, and that instantly starts a very slow, it's like a 5-10 second cast, teleport to the marketplace. Now, the marketplace was just a big, empty area. That's it. It was a just big, empty room on a separate cell. I think it's actually part of the Direlands, but whatever. The significance is, of course, you could set up your bots there to trade, but I honestly think unintentionally it served another purpose, because it was a place every character in the game could warp to. So Marketplace was usually crammed, because it was a great meetup spot. Okay, I don't know where to get this one. I obviously have it. Right here. Kill this thing, Mr. Red.
No, no, no. We'll go back.
Okay, well, he ran away, so that's just as good. Alright, where are we? Scavenge ones. Here it is. Alright, who's chewing on me? Esmira Star! Alright, where the hell is this? Oh, that's interesting. That's not the one I want, but I don't have that one. Is that it? No. Here it is.
Excelsior.
Now I'm confused. There's a thing right here, and I don't have it. What?
History never lies. Historians, however.
But he won't let me. Like, he says, he's telling me to piss off. Like, I get the concept, because I've done this in another zone, but there's nothing here. What the hell? Whatever, I don't care. I don't care. Moving on, moving on. This is obviously not the one that Mr. Red actually needs.
When we get moving again, how can we avoid the Forged?
We'll have to head east. Hopefully we're far enough
Oh
north.
my god, leave me alone. Nobody cares about you.
Are you sure risking a run-in with the Awakened is better?
I honestly don't know. But if nothing else, Augury Rock should offer better cover than open desert. Besides, we'll have to head through Destiny's Gorge anyway to get to Amnoon.
This is starting to piss me off. Oh, nice, Giga. Here it is. I'm stuck in a long, slow, boring quest. And in the middle of being stuck in a long, slow, boring quest, I was trying to help Mr. Red get to a mastery point. And that turned out to be way more irritating than I thought it would be. I don't remember why I don't have all my masteries finished in Path of Fire. Yeah, this zone isn't as good as the previous two, frankly. Anyway, so there's a puzzle here. So, yeah. Do puzzle. Win. While you're doing that, I'm gonna go over here. There's also another barrier, which we've already given a negative for. Because this is when you need the glider. This is the last barrier mount, though. I think ever, actually. Don't quote me on that, because naturally that means there's going to be another one at some point. But, like, we already have the raptor. We already have leveled the raptor. We've already gotten the rabbit. And we've already gotten the skimmer. So at this point, hypothetically, we should be good for the rest of the game. Wait, that was... Oh my god. Yeah, I don't remember there being a substantial grind after this point for a mastery. That is to say, a mandatory mastery. But I'm not willing to say that, because I've already been wrong about that like 3 times.
Forgotten statues, and they seem to be guarding that pit. Could this be the place?
Only one way to find out. Mr. Red, let me know when you've got your mastery. Giga was laughing. With her evil, evil laughter.
Hello?
Hello? Commander, are you talking to me? Your signal's really strong. How'd you do that?
I jumped into a deep pit.
Good job! Wherever you are must be on a ley line nexus.
Listen, I found something. A lost city called Kesho. It's buried, so I could use your help finding my way around.
Buried city? Really? Crud, I wish I was there. Describe what you see. Everything, in detail.
There's sand drifts and debris everywhere, and pedestals like the ones in Taria, with exalted sentries floating on them.
There's an achievement to get up there. I'm good. Although I guess I do have flying now.
Something about this exalted. It's moving, so it's alive, but it's not responding to my presence.
Wait, not responding? Poke it with something. No, wait. Don't. That's poor research etiquette. Well, maybe just a light poke? Ugh, I want to be there.
Thank you, Timey, for being a bright spot in all this nonsense.
Here's something that could be a console, but it looks dead.
Huh. Probably needs a power source. Look around for a crystal or anything bright and shiny.
Oh my god, look at Mr. Red. That's terrifying. I saw that happening the other day, too. Yeah, she's in my friends list too, Shadow Machine. I noticed it in the exact same manner you described. He was doing the thing where it wasn't animating him moving, it was just warping him forward, like a few inches at a time, so you'd go... boop, boop, boop. Who, Timey Kennex Cow? Yeah, Timey is definitely major character. Yeah, I don't actually know if that means I'm lagging, he's lagging, or the server's lagging, but something somewhere is lag warping. Why am I doing this? Yeah, as a reminder, up against a wall, a stone scale can actually go, or sky scale, excuse me, can actually go higher than a rabbit. But only up against a wall. Oh, that doesn't have collision. Oh, okay, hang on. New plan, new plan. Like, this is clearly the jumping puzzle. You can see it. Look. See? There's the path you're supposed to take. So I guess let's just follow the jumping puzzle for a minute. Let me do the jumping puzzle here, as God intended. There we go. Yep. Jump. There we go. Made one jump. Jump up here. Okay, there's another jump. You land from that jump. There we go. Ooh, that was a difficult jump. And done. That would have been funny, Giga. But no. Achievement complete. Woo! Yeah, I could see that, Chill Pangolin. Don't worry, we're not on Season 4 yet. You can see for yourself if it's worth a damn. At this rate, I'm not going to get to Season 4 today. Where is the freaking energy source? Correct, Blade of All. Here, let's look it up. Let's delay this even longer. Not like I don't love being stuck in this freaking thing forever. God damn it, why is it taking so long? Alright, so, a sky scale costs... Surely it's going to tell me how much it costs. Of course it's not going to tell me how much it costs. Why would it? That would make sense. That would be logical, useful, and reasonable. Okay. So first of all, you need to have finished Season 4. Let's start with that. Okay. So, then you need to have 250 Kralkatite ore, 250 Difflorite crystal, 250 inscribed shard, 250 lumps of Mistonium, 250 branded mast, 250 mistborn motes, 41 gold, 1500 volatile magic, 500 trade contracts, 22 charged quartz crystals, 12 pieces of sky-scale food, that's also more gold, a grow lamp, which can be made by a jeweler, or costs 20 gold. You also need to have the jackal, and you need to have leveled the jackal, so you have shifting sands, which is, let's see, that's the third one here, right there. And it helps if you already have the griffin, which I did, but you don't need the griffin. Then you can get the best mount of the game until the Warclaw. Or you could do the first quest of Secrets of the Obscure.
Found a glowing crystal and a dead body.
Oh, hope the crystal's not what killed the body. Only one way to find out. Pick it up.
Yeah, just to be very clear, and I don't want to sound complainy, but I actually put down the sky scale grind more than once because I hated it.
Okay, the power's on.
What was that noise?
A door just opened. There's another Exalted inside. Not red like the others. Looks dormant, but maybe I can wake it.
Well, carry on then. You know what you're doing.
By the way, the 250 of each resource was the worst part for me. There are ways to shortcut that slightly, but getting the 250 of each resource means going to each of the end game zones, one of which is right here. You can't even see it. It's actually right there. Oh, it was there for a second. There, that one right there. And then like Sandswept Isles over here, Isle of Iston, and I think there's one down here. And just running around looking for nodes. And that's it. And you need 250 of them. Now, again, there are ways to shortcut that if you have access to them. But that's just, that was the really, 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 really frustrating one for me.
No! Did Balthazar send you a Joko? I will defend this sacred ground with my life!
Wait! I'm a friend!
We don't like Balthazar either. The commander's on a mission to stop him. Bast is the only clue we've got.
What have you done? The pedestals are reviving the Forged!
The glowy red ones are forged? Good thing you didn't poke them.
You claim to owe Balthazar no allegiance. Prove yourself. Destroy his creations.
Okay. Jesus, Takoida. Oh hey, we got another achievement done. Defeat 2 Forged Exalted before they wake up. I have a bunch of these. I mean, no surprise. Pax and I did quite a bit of Path of Fire.
Balthazar's the reason I'm here. He's working to kill Kralkatorrik, and we're trying to stop him.
I wish you'd come sooner. Balthazar was here recently with that wretched lich Joko.
Apparently, I'm the chosen champion and protector of Glint's second scion, Aurene.
If you've been entrusted with the role of the Scion's protector, then it would be my honor to assist you. I am Sadazi. Welcome to Kesho. What you see is what's left of the Forgotten's first attempt to pacify the Elder Dragons. It failed. This site was abandoned, but a few of us remained as its caretakers.
Why were Balthazar and Joko here?
They came seeking the forgotten magics that imbue battle armor with living spirits. The same that created the Exalted. They quickly discovered they could use those magics to create these abominations. The horrors they call Forged. The Red Exalted you fought were the results of their early experiments on us. Left behind as mindless sentries. In the chaos, I sealed myself in that chamber to avoid the fate of the others.
That was smart. Now you can help us make sure Balthazar doesn't succeed.
Balthazar thought he destroyed the information you seek, but the sentries he left behind were actually protecting it.
What do you mean?
The pedestals!
Your invisible friend is correct. I can reveal the secrets contained in any pedestal you choose.
Glint was the key. She was perfect for our purposes. A scion of an elder dragon, and a crystal dragon herself, with a mind of her own. We did our work well. Glint actively rejected Kralkatorrik, and she brought forth more scions to join our cause.
That was Jasso Escher, one of the Legacy's main architects. Sadly, he was lost in the attempt to convert Kralkatorrik.
Wait. Convert Kralkatorrik?
Yes. The Forgotten dared to try. But the hunger of Elder Dragons is too strong. It proved a tragic failure. More of your questions can be answered by consulting the other pedestals.
Okay, I kept waiting for like the battle music to recognize that we're not in combat anymore. I'm just gonna turn the volume down for a minute.
The most important lesson an Exalted must learn is, though Elder Dragons are unimaginably powerful, they can be killed. Each has a distinct flaw. Mordramoth, for example, dominates thought, but its most powerful asset, its mind, is also its greatest liability. Kralkatorrik's unique strength, its power to crystallize objects, is also its singular weakness. Its creations share a fundamental resonance that connects them back to the Crystal Dragon and makes them vulnerable to each other.
A fundamental resonance that makes them vulnerable. Whoa, so that's why Balthazar was after Vlast. He needed a scion of Glint to kill Kralkatorrik. But Vlast's gone now, so that means... Wait, there's one thing I don't understand. If Glint and the Forgotten knew what killing an Elder Dragon would do to Tyria, why would they rear Vlast and Aurene?
The answer is locked behind that door. If you're done with the pedestals, we can proceed.
I have never reviewed or indeed even streamed Guild Wars 1, although I've played it extensively. And we're in Path of Fire, so you've missed a decent amount of the Guild Wars 2 run so far.
Kesho is supposed to be my home, but it's more of a cage or a tomb. I prefer the open sky. I feel trapped here. This place reminds me that I cannot act no matter how eager I am. Not until the full legacy is ready.
That's Vlast.
We encouraged him to record his thoughts for reference in posterity. He didn't contribute often, and was never glad to do it.
I believe it. He sounds super frustrated and restless. Like a genius progeny suffering through Intro to Golomancy.
Hi, me.
I can't stand it any longer. The constant talk of duty and destiny, the Force reverence. It disgusts me, enrages me. My exalted attendants are durable, but still mortal, insignificant. They quake with fear at the slightest angry hiss. I have a job to do, and the power to do it. They can't help me. Why do they pretend they can?
Sadly, Vlast matured in isolation. We didn't know how to socialize him properly until it was too late. By the time we realized Vlast needed to bond with mortal races as Glint had, he no longer could, nor cared to.
Yeah, so I'm gonna summarize that a bit. It's probably a good thing Vlast is dead. And let's just leave it at that.
So Lizzie and the others tell me I must wait. That before the real work begins, the whole legacy must ripen and mature. I am ready now. Kralkatorrik continues to grow in power, and my mother's death stands unavenged. But I am my mother's son. I will wait. I will serve the glorious purpose she and the Forgotten set for me. Though the snakes and their golden servants speak as though it is their purpose, and Glint merely lent it her name. So in her name, I will act. Until the full legacy is ready, I will contain Kralkatorrik and cull its branded horde.
I have an answer for that, Mr. Red, but I think I'll hold on to it for right now.
Intruder!
Oh, it's a forge. Okay. Now the battle music's acceptable. Okay, let's get that going again.
Curious. The door isn't responding. It must have been damaged during Joko and Balthazar's attack.
You're in luck because the commander is good at smashing things.
Order 134. Disable gate leading to final pedestal. Destroy any living creature that attempts to access.
Please, step inside.
Surely it'll recognize we're out of combat now. Surely.
The millennia-long Elder Dragon cycle is one of feast and famine. Ravenous they rise, sated they sleep. Glint and the Forgotten set out to break this cycle of extremes and to restore true balance. But when two Elder Dragons were unexpectedly eliminated from the cycle at one time, we believe it created a void. A void that caused the system to break down and the collapse to begin. The hope was that Glint's legacy would stabilize the cycle. We theorize these vacancies must be filled with entities that circulate and share magic rather than hoard it. Only then will the balance of magic truly become stable. Only then will Glint's legacy achieve its ultimate purpose.
In other words, they want a transformer, not a battery. To put it very simply. Constantly cycling the magic back through the world, rather than just sitting on it.
The plans of Glint are more important than we thought. Balthazar only sees them as a means to gaining power, but they could be instrumental in restoring the natural balance.
If you are, in fact, the true protector of Glint's legacy, then it's up to you to stop Balthazar from taking her. But know that he will let nothing deter him from his goal of killing the Crystal Dragon.
Timey, get a message to Ritlock, Canuck, and Casimir. There's a spire south of the skimmer camp, tall enough for Keel's airship to moor. Tell them to meet me there.
Commander, you must leave, now. I can feel the Forged approaching. If you are able to find Kesho, then I failed to adequately conceal the entrance. I must close the entrance forever. This portal will allow you to return safely to the surface.
But what about you?
I will keep my pledge to protect this sacred place with my life. I am at peace. Farewell, Commander.
I do like the new colors, by the way, Mr. Red. So, you probably didn't even see me wince there, Bragwin. But I just realized you're absolutely right. Everything wrong with billionaires in real life is the literal exact problem they're having. Just replace money with magic.
Affirmative.
So, okay. I'll look at Mr. Red's thing in just a second, because I'm under attack. Actually, need to grab some water, too. I need to forge some water. God, that took 2 hours. No, that makes sense, unfortunately, Mr. Red. It's quest syncing, right? I'm not gonna give that a negative, though. I know that sounds strange, but I'm not. Because if I give that a negative, I have to give all of them a negative for that. If that makes any sense. Unfortunately, what that does do is it diminishes the positives I give. Because I've been giving positives on a per expansion basis. So I'm going to knock off one of the co-op positives I was going to give. So, different expression, same idea. That is frustrating. Hopefully that'll be fixed by the time we get to End of Dragons. Oof. As I said, I'm going to go forge some water. Be right back. He has to redo the instance we just did because he hadn't done every single step up to the instance. The quest syncing, this is actually not the first time we've run into this. The quest syncing is a little weird in Path of Fire. I suspect at least part of it is because of the multiple mastery grinding requirements. But I think the other problem is that this has been the first expansion where instead of having 1 or 2 things you do before you start an instance, it's like 20. Think about... Why do I not hear anything? Okay. Think about how many steps I had to do just roaming around chatting with people, right? Contrast that to most of the previous expansions where, you know, it's like, hey, talk to this person, and then go to this place, glide over here, and then start instance. It's like 2 or 3 steps, not, again, 20. That's why I say Path of Fire has been stumbling on this more than usual. Oh, hi, Balthazar.
Expecting someone else?
Well, time to kill Balthazar.
Have your friends abandoned?
I'm going to be sad that Mr. Red isn't joining me for this, by the way. Because I could use his help on this fight.
Never defy a god!
Done it before. Do it again. Well, see, now that's interesting, Mr. Ed. But we'll talk about that later. Yeah, he's just playing around. He's playing with me.
Suffer a little more loudly. Cry out, let everyone hear.
I think he's just, like, upset that I'm actually giving him a real fight. Like, he talks big, but I fought bigger than you.
We're not finished yet. I do enjoy these little get-togethers.
There's also a bit of a practice for the actual fight. Spoilers, this isn't the actual fight.
You're proving to be quite useful.
I do like the blood on the edges of our screen, for once.
Listen, I don't want to kill you.
I mean, I kind of do.
You won't. How sad for you to die so far from home. Ah, the sire. Come here to defend our champion.
Yeah. He was playing with us because we were bait.
And now, you die.
So, it's not often that an MMO is brave enough to actually kill a main character. Yes? It's okay. We're not going to stay dead. Don't worry. Don't worry. Come on up.
Where am I? Who am I?
I said I'd talk about the afterlife.
Somewhere else.
Oh, that would be interesting. So the afterlife is, interesting in Guild Wars 2. So you can't really tell right now. We have no name at the moment. In fact, even if you do certain interactions, it will not say your name.
Endless, full of all the purpose. You there! Come here! Over here! We can help each other. What is your name?
I don't even know who I am, or where I am, or how I got here.
You died. It happens. Welcome to the domain of the lost. I am, of course, King Palawa Joko.
Praise Joko.
King Joko? I'm sorry. I don't know that name.
Liar! All who take breath know me. I am King Joko, the Inevitable. The last primeval king. Joko the Undying. The scourge of Vabi. Joko the feared. Joko the beloved. Joko, the eternal monarch of all. How dare you claim to not know who I am?
But you're not a spirit. What are you doing here?
I was deceived by the fallen god Balthazar. I led him here to claim spirits for his army. In exchange, I was promised a share of his new recruits, but he betrayed me and stranded me here instead. Perfidy. From now on, the only god I trust is me.
You are no god. You are an abomination inflicted on the Crystal Desert like a wound, like a plague.
I am a god. God King of Eluna, the Crystal Desert and all their environs. Genuflect peasant.
You have no authority here. Only the judge does. He was appointed by Gren, a true god.
Gods, dragons, nations. Soon all will grovel at the feet of Palawa Joko.
Come, gentle spirit. You must take the next steps, and I've heard enough of Joko's blasphemies.
So,
It's easy to get lost.
I know, Giga. I'm sure he just answered your question for you, Zara, but in case you missed that, he's actually here. He's not dead. He has physically visited the afterlife.
Who is the judge?
He is a loyal servant of Gren, charged with sending all the spirits who come through here to their appointed place.
I don't know who I am. I don't know where I should be.
Come, spirit. Do not be afraid.
So back in Guild Wars 1, there was an avatar of Grenth, which looked exactly like that. There's also a suit of armor you could get, which looked exactly like that.
I'm not even sure why I'm here. Or even who I am.
That's because most spirits find their own way to their fate when they die. But those whose deaths are too traumatic often forget who they were, or how they perished.
Which is why they're easily manipulatable.
Like you and me, end up here, in the domain of the lost.
But I can't be here.
You will reach your rightful place in time. First, you must recover your name, to know who you were and how you lived. Then, you must learn your purpose, to understand the choices you made, and why you lived as you did. Once you know your name and purpose, only then can I determine your final destination.
But how do I do that?
Nena has traveled the path you now face. She can assist you. For though they may have belonged to you in life, once your name and purpose enter this domain, they are yours no longer. And you will have to fight to reclaim your name. Now, arm yourself.
Nena, so you discovered your name. How do I reclaim mine?
I learned my name from the spirit of my old mentor, but only after besting him in a challenge of riddles. I discovered my purpose hidden in an old diary I had written as a child. I was a teacher.
Is it that simple?
It's different for everyone. The judge said you must fight to recover your name. So you clearly weren't a teacher. A soldier, perhaps?
I don't know.
Well, if you are to fight, you must first arm yourself.
With what?
Spirits must abandon their possessions before they may move on.
But before I go too much further, I want to share a small little bit of lore and interpretation of lore. So we know that the six gods aren't immutable. In fact, we know that there's plenty of other stronger beings and beings that predate them, all kinds of stuff like that. There's six people who have a bunch of energy. They call themselves gods. Relevance? I've always had the strong impression that the way the rifts work, the mists work, is that this sort of process is normal. Like, you die, you end up here. If it's a traumatic death, you end up here minus parts of yourself. And then at some point in time, probably a while ago, Grenth showed up and added some structure and order to this, created the judge, and created some of the features of it that we'll see in a bit, in order to allow people to not just end up roaming the mists forever, because there was no structure to it. Food for thought.
Look around the area, and perhaps you will find something useful.
Useful for... What are you looking for? I don't know. My hands are shaking. None of this makes sense. Why am I drawn to this? What does it mean? Hey, look. There's a statue of Joko.
There's nothing usable here.
I mean, there's a reason I divide this game in two, Mr. Red. And hell, what you're describing is what I've heard a lot of people describe before. For FF14. Also, and I just want to be very clear about this, this is not mockery, but I find it absolutely hilarious that you have no problem with FF11, but you're bouncing off of Guild Wars 2. It hurts. What hurts? Everything. Exactly. Elsnikto. Elsnikito? Shoot, I forgot the second I. Sorry. I mean, at the end of the day, Guild Wars 2 is a Korean MMO, down to its core. It just happens to be a really good one with a great story tacked onto it. And I'm sorry, I do love the story of this game. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're currently net positive on story. Oh yeah, we're way net positive on story. And that's going to be a trend. Now, having said all of that, you know one thing that actually I do not care for about Guild Wars 2? That is not a problem I have in FF14 or WoW. There's not really any such thing as a casual encounter. I'm probably the only person I know like this, but for me, there's a big difference between trying and not trying. I did actually already answer you, sorry. I'll get back to that. Because most of the time when I'm playing an MMO, I'm in the not trying category. I would say like 90% of the time. When I'm doing something hard, or when I have to carry a group, or when the healer dies, or when we're doing like actually difficult stuff, that's when I turn on the trying meter. And I enjoy trying quite a bit, actually. Guild Wars 2 doesn't have that distinction, really. I mean, it kind of does, but it mostly doesn't. I have to try all the time. And honestly, that's just irritating to me. Like, I'll use my exact setup and my exact build as a perfect example of that. If I don't want to bother with the entire loop and cycle of Berserk, kill, extend Berserk, kill again, stun to kill the Defiance part at the right time, and then do another big nuke and blah, blah, blah. That's tough, because that's the only real way I can do any proper output. We're gonna nope out of this room. You know, actually, now that I said that out loud, now that I've described that sensation out loud, it reminds me of another game in which I have the exact same problem. ESO. Now, granted, I've only done vanilla. I've only done the initial campaign and a pittance of Vardenfell. But there's no chilling in ESO. There's just full tilt or nothing. Watch your back. Grenth is gone, but the creatures aren't. I don't see any minions, just ghosts. Something worse hunts us. Beware the beast. Yeah, it never clicked with me until just now, Giga. Because it's pretty much the issue I have with ESO's combat. Because I enjoyed ESO for what it was. Anyways, to repeat myself, sorry. The reason Palawa Joka is here is because he's physically here. He's not dead. You can see him. He's right there. Hey, dude. Like, he himself answered your question before you even finished asking it. I believe so, Mr. Red, but I'm not actually sure. I've only ever done this as an Ashura and a Sylvari. Although I think I was watching the human version of this when we did this. Because I think Pax was running this one.
No, I can't fight with any of this. No, I can't fight with any of this. No, I can't fight with any of this. I should be able to fight with this.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. If I hadn't looked that up, I probably wouldn't have figured that out.
We should follow.
Like, everything about the feedback there was, this is the wrong place, go do something else. It's even the exact same line, which is shorthand for you're doing the wrong thing in game design. I'll kill you, me. This is it. We're finally gonna commit suicide against Hitler, who's a Nazi. Sorry.
More than one must have claimed your name, which means it must be a prestigious one. Quick, find another shadow.
Why did you steal my name? Don't know. Where are we? Why am I trapped here? I can't remember anything. Please, you have to help me. Why are you using necromancer abilities on me? What the hell? What the hell? I call shenanigans. Yeah, one of these days I'm going to try and drag PAX back to ESO, but I'm not in a huge hurry on that.
If you don't reclaim
Especially with a major WoW patch coming soon, and the expansion coming out later this year. Ah! There we go. There's a warrior. I think. Is that or a revenant?
I remember now. My life was filled with conflict, victory, and loss. I was a leader, a commander.
I could tell. You wielded that weapon like a true fighter.
But I don't know why I fought. What I strove for. Or against.
Next is your purpose. What drove you forward and ultimately led to your death? The answer is here, somewhere in the domain of the lost. You just have to find it.
But how will I know it? Where will I find it?
If you truly desire it, your purpose will find you.
I don't know who I am anymore. I'm trapped and all alone. Will it be this way forever? Get it together. Your name is out there. Whoa, what happened to my minimap? Oh my god, do you see that? Jesus.
I'd start with the bird.
We will defend the dream. Be gone, monster!
What is my minimap doing? Oh my gosh.
The pale tree summons you.
Anyways, this part changes, I'm almost positive, based on race. Don't quote me on that.
When Zaitan rose from slumber, the dragon found a long-dead nation and claimed it.
In fact, I can just double check that. Let's see here. Dialogue. Yep, I was right.
The soul of Tyria mourned as her children were cut down by the beast. The land wept, and the world shuddered.
Ah.
Soon all will become one with the dragon.
Our victory at Fort Trinity will show the world that we can strike against the dragons.
Intruders, you trespass on the dragon's land. You will serve Zaitan.
We can assault Ara. We can destroy Zaitan before the dragon's infection claims us all.
Driven him out of the sky!
We have succeeded, but only by coming together to fight a greater foe. You have shown the way.
You have my gratitude, Commander, for all you've done.
Tonight, I saw it. I stared into the abyss, and it stared back at me. So much power. I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore.
Yeah, by the way, this is... So, okay, you're probably wondering, why are they recapping so much of Vanilla in Season 1? Please try to remember the environment in which Path of Fire came out. Path of Fire saw a fairly large new influx of players. Season 1 was gone. Because remember, it wasn't even called Season 1 yet. That was something they did later. And a lot of people skipped Vanilla for the reasons I've mentioned like 50 times. So...
The city. It's gone. All gone.
And here, at the center, little me. Aren't you even curious about why I did it? All this chaos and destruction?
Yeah, that makes sense, Mr. Red. Remember, he's not trying to kill you until Aurene shows up. Oops. Oh, I lost the dove. I lost the dove. There she is.
Listen! Her shield drops when she attacks. Make it count. End this. Now!
You fools! You think my death saves you? Too late.
This world is mine. I have something I can no longer protect. You must understand its importance to Tyria's future.
The legends were true. There is a dragon egg.
That's a good question, Blake Duvall. Probably would have taken us time to research.
You're not leaving until you tell me the truth. Vowlin, is it necessary? We come from the jungle, dragon. We belong to it. We are meant to serve it.
Plus, remember, in the initial attack, Zhaitan wasn't really a threat. Remember, Zhaitan had been up for over a century. Just chilling. Just kind of slowly, occasionally sending undead out. It's like 110 years, I think. I forget. I could look up the timeline. But it's a long freaking time. There was no rush with Zhaitan. Mordremoth was the first rush. And now Balthazar and, well, everyone after this point, thanks to that first domino. So he could have just taken his time and been like, oh, shoot. Let's go ahead and look into Zhaitan. Let's see if we can find another solution.
With everything we had to deal with here, the Pact fleet may have already launched.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over me killing you, Bram.
You're a welcome sight, Commander. The situation's grim. Mordremoth tore the fleet apart. Pact is in ruins.
Now, this part I don't quite get. You'll notice we've drifted... We just raced through Season 2, by the way. Like, hardly spent any time in Season 2 there. And now we're already into Heart of Thorns proper. Why are we recapping this?
The enemy. Mordremoth. You hear its voice too, but you resist. So does Canuck. And so do I. Thank you, Commander.
No, Air's dead.
Mother, look out! No! This offspring has chosen you. Channel this gift to get the egg to safety.
confront Mordremoth. No matter how that mission ends, know that you have restored hope to Tarir and to the world.
You must kill me, Commander, before that seed grows, before Mordremoth reclaims what it has lost.
What have you done?
Our creator now lies vanquished. Where does that leave the Sylvari? What is our place in this new world we've created?
Dragon's Watch. I like that. And Tyria would probably sleep more soundly with the Dragon Slayer at the helm of a new guild. So only you get to decide when we take down a dragon? Only you are allowed to kill them? You know what, Commander? I'm glad you didn't join Destiny's Edge. My mother wouldn't want you in there.
Hated that frickin' scene.
I lay down my life for... what should we call it?
Her. Her name is Aureen.
I am the last Marsat. Many years ago, you knew me as Lazarus the Dire. I have returned from the brink of existence.
I mean, that part wasn't a lie. If you're talking about the undead question, I've answered that question twice now, Czar. Once immediately after you asked it, and once just now. Or rather, just now, like a few minutes ago. 1 second, sorry. Sorry. Nothing but interruptions today, I swear.
But who would pose as Lazarus?
No, it can't be.
Is this just here for people like I know, Blade Devil, you talk a lot about how awesome it is when something treats me like I'm 3 years old. But like, is it really completely necessary to just sit here and refresh the entire game?
He's going to use all me to get it.
Yeah, this is a clip show. Thank God I can't die in the afterlife. Palawa could. No, but it restretches the entire game, Mr. Red. All the way up to Balthazar's reveal. Like, why? If it was just vanilla, I actually wouldn't really have much of an issue with this. It'd also be about a third the length.
Welcomes all, noble spirit. Step forward, and I will send you to your appointed place.
You must let me go back.
I see you clearly now, Commander. Balthazar killed you, but you would face him again? Balthazar has done great harm here. The magic he uses to hijack spirits shakes the foundations of the domain of the lost. But I cannot help you.
If I could only get back, if I could defeat him, it might undo the damage he's done in both our worlds.
It is too late. No life remains in your body. Unless, when Balthazar left, a fearsome beast, the Eater of Souls, rose to prey on the waning life energy of the spirits here.
That's got to be the screams I've heard in the distance.
If you were to defeat the beast and claim its power, that life energy might be strong enough to reanimate your body, allowing you to go back. But if you were to fail, the beast would consume your entirety. I could grant you no final reward or punishment. Your spirit would simply cease to be.
I'll take that risk. Now that I've rediscovered my purpose, I have to go back to finish what I started.
Then in Grenth's name, conquer the Eater of Souls and live again. Remind Balthazar that none escape judgment.
So, now the boss fight. This is the thing I actually wanted someone to help me with. So we'll see how I do soloing this. I've never soloed this fight. He looks familiar. Yes, that's the mouth of Zaitan. Hello, cat.
You did it! All these spirits have been revived.
Oh, you know it's Spartan.
Certainly is unusual, Commander. But since Joko's arrival, nothing here has been the same.
It's clear he doesn't belong here. He's not a spirit, but he's not strictly alive either.
That's the problem. Joko can't be judged here, because he's not truly dead. What's worse, the magics Balthazar used to contain him are beyond the judge's power to break. They exist at Balthazar's will. This is as far as I go. I must face judgment and receive my final reward. Good luck, Commander.
I would recommend not quitting right now, Mr. Red. Like, I do understand. Really, I do. Never make a decision when you're this irritable. Trust me. That applies to all of life, not just a video game. I will say this, if I can give some small bit of advice. How many of these points do you have in your Wizard's Vault? Shift H to pull it up. Oh, that's cool, Colgrim. 150. Okay. So, what weapon do you use? Because you should be using a greatsword. And it is 600 of these points to get an Ascended Greatsword. And that's as good as that's getting. I know what you're thinking. Well, but it's not going to look cool. You're not a Reaper. Well, to quote myself, there's your problem. If you don't want to go for a weapon, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe scooch over to the armor. I actually don't know how many of these you can buy. You want a greatsword for Reaper. Let me just be very clear about that, Spartan. You can get several pieces of Ascended gear. And speaking from experience, this little gear boost, the stat boost, is going to help. As you can see, I'm just sitting on 1,000 points. Harbinger's fine, play Reaper. I think Condi can do more damage. Feel free to back me up or disagree with me, whatever the truth actually is there. But Reaper is funner. I don't know. Yeah, no, exactly, Els Nikito. That's exactly right. Harbinger is perfectly fine. But if you're not having fun with it, then you're not having fun with it, right? I'll use a personal experience from this game. I know I've talked about this like 50 times. I used to play a full sniper thief, and it was a really good build. I could crush everything. I could tank. I had health steal. I had good ranged abilities, and I could absolutely just boss crack like nothing else. In fact, I think it's still the most DPS build I've ever done. I hated it. I just did not enjoy the playstyle. So I switched over to Daredevil. And Spear. It's just so much more fun. I am doing a lot less damage, but I kind of don't care, you know? Because, yeah, everything's good. It just depends on what you enjoy. What is going on with my mini-map? Oh, that didn't fix it. Whatever. Hey, Joko.
But I bear no grudges, harbor no ill will. Release me now, and I will still honor the deal you foolishly rejected.
Your help is worthless. I've found my own way back, and I'm off to succeed where you failed, by defeating Balthazar.
Good for you. Such pluck and self-delusion. Off you go, then. Of course, you are forgetting one crucial detail. Balthazar has an army. Do you have an army, little one? Well, I do. An army to rival that of the disgraced god. We both know you don't stand a chance without my awakened soldiers.
You may be right about that. I do need your army, but I don't need you.
What? No. My awakened are loyal to me. They'll never obey anyone but their beloved God King.
Really? Because in your absence, your army obeys the Mordant Crescent. I've seen it, and I can use it.
I warn you, do not leave me here. By royal decree, I forbid it.
Sorry, Your Majesty, but from what I've seen, your kingdom is better off without you.
Bye, Joko. Have fun in the afterlife. He could be playing FF11 instead of this, Mr. Red.
Back here, pathetic mortal. This is your last chance. I will return to reclaim my throne. And I will have my revenge on those who put me here, who left me here, and who dare take advantage of my absence. The torture. Oh, yes, I have plotted it out. I will just laugh as their wretched pleas for a longer life turn to desperate cries for a faster death.
Bye, Joko.
Get back.
Commander!
Is that?
Enough of this.
Wait, what's going on there? You all said the commander was dead.
I was dead, Timey. But now I'm back.
Yeah, but that's not how dead works.
She makes a good point. We all checked, Commander, and you were very much no longer with us.
And she's still not. This is a trick.
Kaz, is this one of yours?
It's not an illusion.
Not me. I'm alive. I'm still the commander.
Poker! If she's squishy, she's a mummy. If she's leathery, she's awakened. And if she's nothing, she's a ghost.
She's right.
Not going to poke the commander, Timey.
Listen, Balthazar has Aurene.
We know. He was taking her south toward Kralkatork when we arrived. We tried to stop him, but there were too many forged.
And I hate being the bearer of bad news, but it appears that Balthazar has managed to build up quite a formidable army of forged.
He does seem to make them faster than we can break them.
That's why we need an army of our own. And I met someone in the Domain of the Lost who told me where I can borrow one.
Borrow an army.
Domain of the Lost?
Yay! We have a plan!
Kaz, have you got anything that can change our appearances?
Yes, but nothing that can make the four of us look like an army.
It doesn't have to. It just needs to disguise us as someone else, after I secure our cover story.
Okay. I'll be standing by.
And I'll be at the casino in Amnoon. If you can come back from the dead, I want to double my wager on you.
Fine. I'll get word to you all when the time is right.
Oh, hey, Commander. Good to have you back.
I mean, Canuck's right, if you think about it. Like, for real. Oh my god, the commander just came back from the dead. Quick, I need to bet more money on him. Or her, in this case. Okay. So. We're fully into Act 3 now. Let's go ahead and head south. We're positive for the zone. We're walking. I mean, the sad truth is they don't have a lot of precedents for how to test if we're really us. For what it's worth, we are really us. This isn't a duplicate kind of situation like some games do. But how would they know? I have in general, Colgrim. That's what you're asking. So on the southern end here, there's this giant wall that Paolo Ojoko had built. Ignore the bones. Those are probably reliefs. Those probably aren't actually bones. I mean, he wouldn't go around killing giant things just to get their bones, right? Ignore the tar. That tar is bad. Don't touch the tar. For real, don't touch the tar. So this is formally Palawajoko's domain now.
The citizens of the Bone Strand are experiencing a rise in suspicious activity lately. Can you help?
Don't worry, they're not real bones, right? Right. We're all gonna accept that. Okay. There's a lot of statues of him around, aren't there? Yes, Ascended Armor is the best stat gear you're gonna get in the game. Legendary is not... Legendary has Ascended stats. It's just Legendary has a few other things that make it better.
Commander, how are you alive? Balthazar killed you. I watched from the shadows as you fell. We knew Balthazar was having you watched, but he struck before we could send a warning. What happened after you died?
In time, I'll tell you. Where I came to be, what I saw, how I escaped, everything that happened since my death. But first, you must help me.
In exchange for that knowledge, absolutely. Anything the Order can do, name it.
I want to use Joko's army to stop Balthazar.
Commander, the Order of Shadows is powerful, accomplished, capable of near miracles. But we can't deliver an army of Awakened to you. No one, save Joko himself, can do that.
Archon Iberu could.
The Archon? I suppose Joko's marshals might follow the orders of the Archon, if those orders came from the king himself.
I have it on the best authority that they would.
But the Order has no sway with Archon Iberu. The last time we caught Joko's attention, he killed 30 of our agents.
I'll take care of Iberu. I just need to know where to find him, and Joko's marshals.
I suppose Grand Vizier Uramishi in the Bone Palace to the south would know where the marshals are. As for the Archon, the fastest and safest way to engage him would be to lure him here. But he usually considers the area south of the wall unworthy of his attention.
If he thought the Sunspears were rebelling down here, he'd have to come running to end the threat, right?
There aren't enough Sunspears left to stage an uprising.
Only takes one, and they don't have to be a Sunspear. A few attacks on Awakened camps, some conspicuously placed Sunspear banners. That would look like a Sunspear declaration of war no matter who was responsible.
It's risky. Very risky. Be careful, Commander. Your next death could be your last.
Yeah, we need to make sure not to die again. We don't have a thing we could rip its soul energy out of in order to come back to life again. Like, there was only one of those things. We just ate the only one-up in the world. Thank you, Lucas Slaughter, for the donation. I have jotted that down. Or Slay the Princess Light Collection and 2D platformer blah.
Here's a perfect spot to start a fake revolution.
Yeah, we're kind of running by the seat of our pants right now. What we're doing is arguably stupid considering the long-term consequences it could have.
Long live the Sunspears.
But we need this army now. Balthazar is trying to destroy the entire world. Now. Yeah, we're burning a lot of bridges right now. More or less literally. And there's no way in hell we're taking Joko's deal. Again. We did that in the last game. That was a mistake. We needed it. It's okay. The train's still running as long as we keep throwing tracks in front of it. So the deal in one was actually pretty simple, Giga. We release him, and in exchange he helps us against Tarai Osa. Or not Tarai, sorry. Varesh Osa. In fairness, that was sort of an end-of-the-world situation, too, and we really did need his help there. But yeah, without him... like, he did actually help us, that's the funny part. He kept his end of the deal. I say that's funny because he actually has a long-standing habit of not keeping his end of the deal. Like, if you read up on his conquest of Elona, his slow, gradual... Different Osa, Giga. Slow, gradual conquest of Elona, half of what he'd do is he'd be like, so, hey, Giga, listen, I'll give you all this pudding if all you do is get me this sword. And you're like, oh, sure. And you give me the sword, and I get the pudding, and I'm like, sweet. And then I give you one pudding. But then I'm like, well, I've decided to keep the rest of the pudding, because I really like pudding. And then I kill you and raise you as an undead. Now, that sounds like a joke. It really isn't. Yeah, I was debating the best time to point it out, but Pax just mentioned it. I keep kind of joking about the bones that we keep seeing. Those are, well, actually, I'm not sure if these are, but I know the bones we're about to be seeing are the bones of the centaur, which he genocided. Just butchered. Why would you do that, Spartan? A part of the lore so horrible the writers regret it actually existing. Probably related, Blade Taval, yeah. Of course, Cobra. I would welcome another person. The fights are going to get meater. Although we've got a decent fight coming up. Got a good fight. But Season 4 has some interesting fights. So that down there is what Cormyr was talking about. That is this solid, horrifying sulfur death. It's not as fun as it sounds. In fact, hang on. Did I get the waypoint? Let's get that waypoint first. Just kind of scooch on up here. See if I could do this. Nope. Okay. Die. Hey, Mr. Red. Shadowlands. Thank you for the donation, Jill Pangolin. And yeah, I think you need canyon jumping for this area. Or, you know, that's sky scale. They expect you to have it by this point. And let me see what Jill Pangolin donated towards. I do love the visuals of the Desolation. It, honestly, it holds up to its name in such a wonderfully horrible way. Hang on, let me grab the waypoint first. There we go. You can also see why this place is predominantly just undead. It's almost like Joko specifically stages a lot of his forces in the Desolation, because he knows how hard it'll be to counterattack him here. Alright, so Chill Pangolin. Yeah, the Desolation in lore and in gameplay can go to hell. A lot of hero trains stop before you hit the Desolation. At least they used to. I don't know if that's true anymore. So Trails of Cold Steel, Trails in the Sky, Trails into Reverie. Reverie. Okay. 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 Did I not?
The banners are up. The camps are down. That should get Iberu's attention. Now to the Bone Palace. To wait.
So I'm just curious. I don't know if the glider prevents death from the death down here. Looks like it does. Holy crap. Because otherwise I would have been dead in seconds. Well, I don't know how, Brown Jocker, but I am glad to have done what tiny little service I can. That is always the goal.
King Joko, have you forgotten us? Your people falter without your rule. I don't know who I am anymore. Give me a challenge. Help me remember. I feel strong. I feel alive. Thank you. You've helped me find some of the strength I thought I'd lost.
You're welcome, I think. Just think you could play more Lotro, Mr. Red. Sorry. Sorry. Yes, our plan is actually relatively simple. It's kind of funny because the whole point is we haven't had a plan for a while. So we are going to impersonate the High Archon of the Morton Crescent, which is kind of the... I don't have this one. Which is kind of the high... Oh God, I don't know what to call them. It's like impersonating the head of the Royal Guards in Star Wars. Let's put it that way. And then we're going to use that position to say, all right, all the armies of Joko, we're going to go and we're going to fight Balthazar. And if you think about it, it makes a degree of sense. After all, Joko was already planning to betray Balthazar. So we're barely lying when we do that. We're just kind of redirecting it a little bit. But yeah, we're going to use the army to carve our way to him. And then we're going to kill him. I'm not sure we have a plan to kill him at the moment. That's the goal. Get army, carve to boss. Who's Aurene? Sorry. I mean, you're not far off, Blade of All. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hit a tar pit. Hit a tar pit. I'm kidding, Giga. But yes, the plan is to go rescue our child. Ignore the bones everywhere. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is the third to last quest, by the way, for Path of Fire. We might actually finish before the lunch break, despite the slowdowns.
Your Sunspear ruse seems to have succeeded. The Awakened are on high alert, and earlier the Order spotted Iberu en route here to the palace.
So, we find the Archon, take him out, then use Kaz's imposter trick to take his place, right?
It's not a trick. Mesmers don't do tricks. We utilize illusion.
Yeah. You guys are worse than elementalists.
I mean, he's right. So, you see that bone palace over there? Yeah, that's made up of centaurs. Now, I want you to really think about how many centaurs it would take to make that. Just gonna scooch across the horrifying death here. Hello, Archon.
Take the Archon out, quickly!
Stop stunning me.
Surrender it to me! What? Awakened! To my side!
Joko's not that good of a necromancer. In fact,
Squander your life force! Surrender it to me!
Part of the point of Joko is that he's actually not that powerful. I know that sounds strange, but he's not. He's no Lich King. Right? He's no Zaitan.
These soldiers are useless! I'll just take you out myself.
Now that the real Iberu's out of the picture, it's time to bring in the imposter. Kaz?
I'm not looking forward to looking like an awakened, but go on, mesmerize me.
Okay, one Archon and his entourage coming up.
There.
So, how do I look?
Like something that's been dead and buried for a year, then dug up and dragged back to life. How about me?
Same.
Let's just hope this fools the Vizier.
Thank you, Lucas Slaughter. Always appreciate. Thank you. I imagine I know what that's going towards, but let me just double check. Trails in the sky. Yep. It's the initial three. Trails of Crossbell. Trails of Cold Steel. Thank you again. But yes, as I've described before, Palawa Joko, he's certainly a decent Necro. He's probably one of the stronger Necros in the setting. But most of what he has is a really careful, well thought out, long-term propaganda campaign. Like earlier you heard him talking about, oh, I'm so amazing, and oh, I am a god, and I have all these titles. He's got a big head, but not that big. We actually meet a little bit more of the real Joko later on. Like more of what his actual personality is like when he's not wearing the mask. But he wears the mask all the time because he wants absolutely everyone to constantly buy into it. He wants everyone to think of him as more than he is. And he's been around long enough and has accomplished enough that most people do. Yeah, sure, Zar. I didn't even see that question. Hang on. Scroll up. The Sky, Steel, and Third Falcon blocks went into different games recently. No. Those are some of the only blocks that remained, per request of Lucas Slaughter and like 2 other people.
Well, I can see.
They're also the last blocks we're ever doing. No more blocks.
I guess Joko hates to see any dead body go to waste.
If you're a human, you're awakened. If you're a centaur, you're
Wait, what? Why? What happened?
Oh no, I attacked Archon Iberu. It was an accident. Please forgive me, Archon.
So does your arrival mean the Sunspear uprising has been crushed?
Like it never existed. I'm here to deliver plans for King Joko's next great victory to Grand Vizier Urumishi.
Of course, Archon. The Grand Vizier is inside, conferring with War Marshal Ikolo.
Please don't tell Urumishi I attacked an Archon. Please.
I'll think about it. I'm trying to think about the smell of this place, by the way. He didn't, Zar?
good when King Joko is back.
By the way, yes, that's just piles and piles and piles of bones.
Rather be on front line.
Nothing to kill here.
I like his portrait of himself up there.
Nonsense, Worm Marshal. Of course, King Joko values the contribution of your Worm Corps. Has His Most Elegant Highness not always insisted your battle worms accompany his troops into combat?
Yes, but I worry he only wants them as emergency rations.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question at this point, Zar. What are you talking about? Please elaborate for my stupid self.
Grand Vizier Udumishi.
Archon Iberu, welcome. I trust you've come to quell this unrelenting Sunspear insurgency.
I bring orders from King Joko, who commands that we turn our might against the true threat, the fallen god Balthazar. He has tasked me with leading his army against the disgraced deity. I trust that you will make the necessary arrangements.
I'm honored, Archon, but also confused. I didn't realize Joko had returned. And you know that in his wisdom, Joko has only given me authority over civil matters, not military.
Perhaps I misspoke.
That's quite unlike you, Archon. You're usually so precise.
Or perhaps you misheard me.
You must forgive Urumishi, Archon. He can't possibly understand how little attention heroes of battle, such as you and I, pay to the job descriptions of civil servants.
I should hope the Vizier was not questioning the direct orders of his all-seeing king.
Oh, no. I would never question the will of the most munificent Joko.
Unlike my dear acquaintance, I pledge to you the unquestioned fealty of myself and my Worm Corps. I trust Marshals Ogun and Aranko will do the same.
And how might I contact the other marshals?
You'll find Troop Marshal Ogun at his camp southeast of Beijing. He's currently training new recruits there.
And Beast Marshal Aranko is drilling the kingdom's cavalry from atop a plateau near the necropolis.
King Joko will be told of your assistance, War Marshal. And Vizier. I promise, your name will come up as well.
Why would you lie about Joko's will? It's Joko's will! They would, PB Good Fate. By the way, just to make it very clear, you can see how that's a centaur corpse there. Or bone, skeleton, whatever. So if you're wondering why he genocided the centaurs, actually, I'm not even sure he had a specific reason for it. I know that sounds horrible, but I don't know of one. I actually even double-checked myself. Oh, right. I double-checked myself just a second ago. Hang on. There we go. Okay, nothing's happening. I think I already have the achievement here. I'm pretty sure you made me do that last time. So there's the Trails of the Sky block. That's 3 games bundled together. Then there's Trails of Crossbell, which is 2 games. That's actually my term. Trails of Crossbell. It's just to make it a lot easier to keep track of. Trails of Cold Steel is easy because that's Trails of Cold Steel 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then there's Reverie, which is the new one, which I believe is still coming out.
Please don't tell Joko. I beg you, Archon, please. He scares me.
You're a disgrace to the
Yes. What do you want? What do you want, cat? What do you want? Here, do you want up? Do you want up? Yes or no? All right. Anyways, all of those are part of blocks.
Well,
played, Commander. You have a real talent for navigating the world of bureaucratic kiss-assery.
Now all we have to do is dupe the other two marshals into joining the cause.
I nearly slipped up with the Vizier. We should split up. See what we can learn about the other two beforehand to avoid mistakes.
Can we at least lose these disguises for now? The buzzard stares are making me nervous.
There. Better.
Much. But I think the stench is still clinging to my fur.
I believe that was there before.
We'll meet up near Veijin and compare notes on the troop marshal. Good luck.
Yes. Can I help you? I mean, it is Spartan. The other game is more MMO-y. So, so the specific games Lucas Lauder donated for are Trails in the Sky, block, Trails of Crossbell, block, and Trolls of Cold Steel, block. What's the issue here? Careful, careful. Got a cat. Trying to get me killed. They know they would be better off without us. Then they will rule this world. Yeah, it's a shame Canuck is going to be leaving the narrative relatively soon. So is this Vabi? Finally. This is actually my favorite visual zone of this whole area. It's one of the least touched. Like, what you just saw was the heart of Joko's power. But he kept a lot of the infrastructure of the people alive here.
I'll be back for you.
Him. I remember this area because I had to do a bounty out here to get my frickin' gun. Oh no, Joko's not lazy. He understands the value of people who think they can benefit from doing what he says to do. Even the Awakened aren't under his total control. Remember, he's not that strong of a necromancer. He can exert immediate control, which slowly fades over time, and that isn't absolute. And he can only do it to whoever's pretty much in his immediate range. So distance and time can break Joko's control over someone. And even that he can only expand to a few people at a time. So he needs propaganda, he needs chains of command, he needs to actually keep people loyal to him. So we have places like this. The people who benefit from doing what he says to do. And in case you can't read that, almost all of these people are named Noble. This is where the rich people live. No. If anything, he's more like Kel'Thuzad before Kel'Thuzad actually became powerful. A little more ambitious, though. Let's see. Yeah, by the way, there's the rich people. And there's the desolation. Yeah, there's also what's left of Kurna down here. And Istan. We'll go there later. Why, yes, those are catapults made of bones. Thank you for asking. Waste not. You notice the tar all over everything? Don't touch the tar. That was Kralkatorrik. You can actually see the brand from here a little bit. Like the storm clouds up there. Oh god, yeah, you can really see the storm clouds. Come on. Come on. Uh-oh. Okay. That was... that was interesting. Here's a place I've been to several times for the meta.
Commander, now that you're here, I can put us back into a Mordant Crescent, guys.
Hooray.
Was anyone able to learn anything useful about the Troop Marshal?
The Order of Shadows says the Forged have a history of attacking his training facility here.
So there's no love lost between Troop Marshal Ogun and the Forged.
If we sell this to Ogun as revenge against Balthazar, maybe he'll sign on.
If we can convince him that the Archon's the guy who'll get it done.
So put very, very simply, the tar is how he makes all his undead. They don't really go too much into detail on it, because it's actually purely visual storytelling. I even just double-checked myself on that, just to be sure. But Peter Fries himself confirms that the tar thing is just supposed to be implication, because they never show it on camera.
Sir, welcome. You honor us with your presence.
I bring orders directly from the most tenacious King Palawa Joko for the Troop Marshal's ears only.
Yes, sir. Follow me.
Archon, greetings. Wormmaster Ekolo told me you might come calling.
Then you know that King Joko has asked me to gather and lead his armies against Balthazar.
And I can think of no greater honor than to follow the storied Archon into battle. Unfortunately, the Forge have a huge foundry nearby, with a portal they use to refresh their ranks. If I were to leave now, there would be no one to monitor the troops and supplies that are coming in and out of the site.
Why haven't you just attacked the foundry and destroyed the portal?
This is a training camp. I don't have the seasoned troops I'd need to attack a target that big.
If I did your job for you and found and destroyed the portal, you'd have no excuse not to follow me into combat.
Archon, if you can do that with these recruits, I'd follow you into the underworld and back.
Maybe next time. For now, just watch how the Mordant Crescent gets it done. Then start packing your kit for Kodash.
I've only had time to teach these recruits basic combat commands. The Forged have kidnapped many of my recruits. If you see any inside, please get them out. I need all the bodies I can get.
I suggest you watch and learn from the safety of your camp. Maybe next time you won't be so cowed by a horde of empty armor.
Interesting. So, obviously we have our troops now. Yay. We can order them to melee, ranged, taunt, or come to us. And, this is actually kind of cool. Colgrim over there has Swipe, which is extra damage if we have attacked. Tar Throw, which is extra damage if I do ranged. And Distract, which is, again, the taunt. Whoops. Okay. I apparently need to gather. Come here. Come here. Again, stretching with quest design.
No. I have to succeed where Ogun couldn't with these recruits.
Oh, wow. That... Oh, right. I forgot how that worked. So each one you do gives an order to a separate one of your awakened. So I could do taunt, attack, melee, melee, like that. By the way, I do love the title, Goldrum.
The portal's got to be through that gate.
Champion Genius. Suffer me now. If you can't tell, it is a little janky. Like it's not perfect to your input, so sometimes you have to spam it to get it to go through. I suspect there's some kind of scripting that's happening, which is causing some latency issues. Like that took about 10 button presses to get them all to attack, for example. And yes, some of them have, and I quote, immune to melee attacks, which is, I mean, sure. Do you actually have it, Blade Dwell? I mean, I probably do too.
This explains how Balthazar's able to maintain armor and troop levels this far south. There's a portal up on that walkway. Just got to find a way to reach it.
Okay, I'll admit it. I'm kind of liking this. Let's see if it outstays its welcome. There's a problem a lot of MMOs have. Here's a cool idea, but... Can you hit him from here? Oh, you totally can. Go nuke him. Nuke his face. Probably Trihexia. That would have been funny. Two separate heroes that Joko relies on for his freedom. That is very Joko, though. Is that all of them? It looks like it's all of them. Except for that one. Oh, my minions. This is what it's like playing Heroes of Might and Magic 5. Rise. Actually, what would really make this cool is every forged we kill gives us another minion. I'm pretty sure the game is physically incapable of handling that, which is probably why they didn't do that. But that would have been really cool. it benefited him to do so. What Varesh was doing was going to literally destroy the entire world. Joko lives in the world. Like, that really is kind of it. That's the big secret. Oh, sorry, that's a melee immune. Actually, I was just thinking to myself, based on timing, I'm pretty sure this took the idea from the Suramar thing. I could be wrong, but this is after Legion, or rather, through Legion, might be a better way to put that. Like, Argus was coming out when this came out. Yeah, exactly, Lord Hermont. You can play the most despicably evil Grey Warden in the world, but you still want to kill the Archdemon, because the Archdemon wants to kill everyone, including you. Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, hang on, let me get back up there.
You can't stop us all. Balthazar, safe.
And I'm taking some losses doing all this nonsense, too. Okay, back up. This is also probably why these things have relatively low HP. It's not just because they want you to only have so many at a time, it's because the engine probably can't handle too many at a time. Like, imagine if you had, I don't know, 100 of these things. Like this is StarCraft 2, and you're flinging Zerglings at the enemy. Because that sounds awesome. Yeah, no, the game would probably explode. Yeah, if it's not obvious, its gimmick is it switches between being immune to melee and being immune to ranged. We might have taken too many losses to manage this because I fell down. I'm down to 3. Fortunately for you, I can still do this. Yeah, I'm down to 1 now.
Should bring Ogun on board.
And I totally didn't get help doing it. Is that it? Are we done? Yeah, we're done. Okay. And I brought 1 troop back. Acceptable losses. Praise Joko.
Very impressive, Archon. Your reputation as a leader and a strategist is clearly well earned.
I've slowed the forged reinforcements, but the key to stopping them is to take out Balthazar.
A worthy goal. One I look forward to helping you achieve. Count me and my soldiers in.
Assemble your troops and meet me outside Kodash. Once I command the full force of Joko's armies, the shunned god will fall.
By the way, the meme, because you asked about it, Blitzaval. The Joko likes to position himself as someone that everyone should thank for everything. You know how people are like, oh, thank the Six, or praise the Six, whatever. He just tried to replace that with Joko. So the meme is exactly what it sounds like, for being such a nobody nothing. He's actually a Krennic, Joko. He's probably one of the best Krennics I've ever seen, because he causes a lot of damage on a large scale over a long period of time. But he is ultimately still a Krennic. He absolutely thinks he's the main villain here. Praise Joko.
Okay, Kaz, Commander's back. Can we lose the maggot wear?
I hate to admit it, but as unpleasant as Casimir's illusion is, it does appear to be working.
I guess so. Next time, how about you three be the Awakened, and I'll be your captured Char prisoner?
Nice try, Cuddles.
That had better not stick.
Only one of Joko's marshals is left. Shall we split up and ask around about Beast Marshal Aranko?
It worked this time. We'll regroup again near the necropolis.
Hello, J. Palmer. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Going the wrong way. I caught it. Giant statue of Joko everywhere. I will give this to Joko. We've talked about this before. He has a... I don't want to call it unique, but very close to unique form of magic. And, you know, him discovering that is actually more impressive than you'd think. So while he's not super powerful... no, right now it's just for Path of Fire, J. Palmer. Well, he's not super powerful. The power he has is quite unique.
The judges won't go easy on them, and neither should you.
I'm trying to think, because there's something I saw recently that was like that. I'm trying to remember what that was in. It was someone who was a one-trick pony, but their one trick was really impressive. Oh, of course, Horde Prime. Sorry, small spoilers for a show that I'm not going to mention.
Thank you. Now, we're prepared for the worst.
But if you know who that is, Horde Prime is actually a good example of someone who has one trick. Technically two tricks. But it's a hell of a trick.
Or should I say, Archon?
Have you seen Rytlock or Canuck?
Cuddles and Canuck arrived early. They want to be done with these disguises, so they already headed to Aranko's camp.
Okay. 114 and onward is story. Story positive. 65 and onward is story negatives. It should be pretty obvious. It's the bottom. You see those equal signs? 166 and down is gameplay, and 139 and down is gameplay negatives.
Archon, your envoys are meeting with Beast Marshal Aronko now.
My envoys?
We should have never let them go in alone.
Hail, Archon. Your representatives and I were just discussing the situation about Balthazar.
I see. How presumptuous of them.
Forgive us, Archon. We meant no disrespect.
We sought only to expedite matters, Archon.
Mongrels. Next time you step out of line, I'll put you both back in the graves I salvaged you from. Now go! Beast Marshal, might I suggest that the next time Joko sends his Archon to speak with you, you not start the meeting without him?
I assure you, Archon, nothing of import was discussed. In fact, they spoke highly of you, boasting of your superior riding skills. Of course. I like to think my mounted troops are without equal. Would you honor me with a demonstration of what makes you superior?
Are you questioning my abilities?
I mean no slight. But a mounted soldier requires more than just exceptional riding skills. Necromantic draining is essential if you hope to ride against Balthazar's horde.
Show me how it works. If your soldiers can master the technique, how difficult can it be?
You are most gracious, Archon. This way, please.
You can also really get a feel for how much nobody under Joko really likes each other either.
I'd be honored to guide you through the most basic of our necromantic draining skills. First, please mount up and enter the paddock. As you approach any of these beasts while mounted, you'll sense that the grasp of Joko is available to you. Use it. By draining the light from your target, you can imbue your mount with unnatural speed. My troops use this skill to tame the beast of the valley. Now, if you'll come with me. If you bring half the conviction to the battlefield that you did to my compound, then I look forward to fighting Balthazar with you.
With me? Perhaps my companions misspoke in my absence, because Joko himself granted me sole command over his armies.
If you're leading Ogun's shambling infantry or Ikolo's worms, yes. But mine is a specialized unit, requiring a particular expertise.
As an Archon, I'm not accustomed to auditioning for command.
And as this squad's leader, I'm not about to let my troops be slaughtered by someone else's ineptitude. However, out of respect for the wishes of our beloved King Joko, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself worthy of assuming command. I have a test that measures my core members' abilities. If you successfully complete the Valley Beast circuit, I'll reconsider your request.
So if I fail, you still have the honor of fighting alongside the Archon. But if I succeed...
History shows you can lead. If you catch the beast with the grasp of Joko 3 times, you'll prove you can ride. To keep pace with the beast, you'll have to drain creatures in the area. There are also a few shortcuts for skilled mounts.
All this chatter. It would have been faster and easier for me to just seize control of your troops.
Very well, Archon. When you're ready to begin, simply step through this portal.
And yeah, pretty much Triexia. I don't want to spoil too much, but we're going to see what things are like after Joko, for lack of a way to put that. Enter.
Ready, Archon?
As ever, Beast Marshal.
What? Oh, shoot. I rebounded. Okay, I can work with that.
Got it. That's one.
Ugh. Ah! Getting stuck in the terrain.
There's two. Three's all she asked for, but I think I can do more.
What'd you get for dinner, Mr. Red?
That's four. And five. I'd call that done.
Inspired writing, Archon. You are truly deserving of Joko's faith. I haven't witnessed such prowess since His Eminence lashed together 6 Hydras to run down the renegade Tarai Osa.
I look forward to leading you and the others to victory against the Pretender God.
It will be glorious. Hail Palawa Joko, Scourge of Vabi.
Hail Joker. I was actually wondering what there was were coming from, Colgrim. So that's another good co-op thing. What the hell?
Now we have 3 of Joko's top marshals ready to follow us into battle.
Did you hear something? Was the mighty Archon addressing our pack of filthy mongrels?
I might have gotten a little carried away back there.
Maybe if the Archon whistled our marching orders in a higher register.
Put you both back in the graves I salvaged you from? Seriously, Commander?
Okay, but it did work. Time to focus on the big battle ahead. Balthazar. Make whatever preparations you need and we'll see each other again at Kodash Bazaar.
Yeah, I think that deserves its own positive. These last couple of quests have suddenly gotten weirdly good. Which, you know what? I'm with. There's a mastery point I don't have there. Why is there a mastery point I don't have over there? Yeah, all of a sudden, here's some good co-op. Onions and tuna. You know what? Hang on. I mean, it's not actually a joke. I had just given several negatives for all the issues that we had. And then, like, we just right after, it's like, oh, by the way, here's some awesome quests. What? I can't do fish. Just shred. And so as a consequence, I can't do tuna. Never quite figured that one out. It's down. It's down? Where is it? How do I get into this stupid thing? Okay.
Can you answer this one?
When I go, I might reveal a gift. When I return, I provide a lift. What am I? The tide.
Yes. Answer me this.
Unseen and silent, I arrive in the night. Friendly or frightening, I flee at first light. What am I? Let's go with a dream.
Unpredictably correct. Can you answer this one?
To what is doing damage to me? To paupers and kings, I give the same measure. I'm spent as I'm given. They can't hoard this treasure. Time.
Your powers of deduction are formidable. Do you know this one?
What I reveal is your choice, but you'll find that after reflection, I'm not always kind. What am I? Truth.
At least we know you're not cheating.
Okay, that was wrong, apparently. A mirror? That seems too easy.
You are successful, Morgan.
Apparently it was a mirror. Okay, whatever. That felt too easy. That's why I hesitated on that one. Alright, whatever. Mastery point get. Do I have enough to do anything? I could get big air. Press and hold the jump button after boosting and catching air to perform tricks. Tricks replenish endurance. I could also grab Bond of Faith. The ability to launch off of my mounts. Yeah, we're gonna grab that. There it is, 8. Right there. Whee! Oh, that's cool. I like it. So I can be like, and then, or it's still on cooldown. But I could have been if it wasn't on cooldown. Hey, Timmy, what's up?
Timmy, do you read me?
This is Timey using my official broadcast voice. Impressive, eh? So, first off, you're currently alive, right? I only ask because your vital status has been so fluid lately.
She's got a point.
Still breathing. Though if you were here, you'd be asking about Rytlock and Canuck.
That's intriguing. And a little frightening. Care to elaborate?
We're impersonating Joko's soldiers. Kaz cast an illusion so they look like the local undead.
They must hate that. They're also pretty. Except Canuck. How'd you manage to keep your warm-blooded good looks?
The officer I'm impersonating was alive and well, until I killed him. Nobody knows he's gone yet. We're mustering Joko's army to fight Balthazar's. It's our best shot at getting Aurene back
Before Balthazar uses her against Kralkatorrik and ruin everything. Well, don't let me delay you. Go after her.
Okay, jeez. Yeah, I liked that too, Pilgrim. I'm telling you, Jennifer Hale was the right choice for Path of Fire. Because that's exactly why we picked her. Those little nuanced details. So let's try it. Pretty sure you can. Because I'm pretty sure that skill predates the Skyclaw existing. Yep. Beast of War, second to last quest. No, I've seen her do bad voice acting in plenty of games, including this one, J-Bomber. She sucked back in vanilla.
So, that's Joko's finest. Wretched-looking group.
Oh, this quest.
They're about to stand shoulder to shoulder with us on the battlefield. So a little respect.
Oh, Commander. The Awakened troops are here, but no sign of Balthazar yet.
And there's Kralkatorrik, which means we're not too late. I should check in with our awakened allies before Balthazar arrives. Kaz?
Coming up. Let's hope this is the last time.
Commander. Oh, wait.
Yeah, what's up? Wait, first I'm gonna talk to Casimir.
You know, Kaz, if he'd rather sit this one out, we'd all understand.
Balthazar killed you, my commander. He killed Vlast and kidnapped Aurene. He would destroy my homeland in pursuit of revenge. Some gods just need to have their immortality revoked.
Well said, Casimir. Jesus. I think she's mad. Yeah, sorry, spoilers, you missed it. We, not too long ago, just died. It's okay, we got better. This isn't really a joke. There was one up. There was a unique creature that had a lot of soul energy in it that we could absorb. And we did. So we can't repeat that trick, is what I'm trying to say.
Leading a borrowed army of corpses into battle against the god of war? Wish I'd known this was your plan when I bet on you at the casino. But I have enjoyed working with you, Commander. I guess settling our personal debt has had its own value.
You don't owe me anything. As I recall, you volunteered to join me out here. So I'd say I now owe you.
That's what I meant. Holding a marker from someone like you is worth far more than gold.
You have no idea. And yeah, it's true, he'd be good fate. That is true.
I got us into this mess over Sahothan, but you can get us out of it. Thinking back, I now know what Cormyr meant. Undo this wrong. The means are in your grasp. You should have it.
No. Sahothan is yours.
The only thing that matters is stopping Balthazar. When he sees you're not dead, he'll turn his full fury on you and no one else. He won't expect you to have it, which makes this our best hope.
I'm honored, Tribune. I'll bring it back in one piece.
Yes, you will.
Commander, I hesitate to mention, but according to the Order, there are 3 other entrances to the bazaar in addition to this main gate. Joko's marshals have dispatched soldiers to each location, but they themselves have chosen to remain here.
If Balthazar shows up at any of those other gates, the Awakened won't stand a chance without leadership.
3 out of 4 chance that Balthazar could just waltz into town. Seems awful risky.
I agree. You 3 should coordinate the armies at each gate. I'll stay here since the marshals have already accepted my leadership.
Works for me.
Good luck to you, Commander.
Good luck to us all.
So yeah, we have Sahothan. This probably qualifies as a hyper beam moment. They're dividing lines are between expansions.
Archon, the Awakened are assembled and await your orders.
Troop Marshal, focus your troops on the forged infantry. Marshal Aranko's mounted corps will disrupt their snipers. Marshal Ekolo! Worm Marshal, where is your unit?
Stand there, on the front line. Our ranks have shrunk as my worms have been sacrificed for the greater good. But a single, properly trained Janundu can wreak more havoc than 100 of Ogun's worthless worm-eating grunts.
Then you target the elite forged and keep them off our backs as best you can.
Archon, Forge scouts on the ridge!
Today!
Awakened! Take your positions! In Joko's name, let's give Balthazar a proper desert welcome. Marshals, you have your orders. Go!
And in case you missed that, infantry, cavalry, artillery. But thanks to stupid leadership, because Joko's a moron, we only have 1 artillery cannon. Fortunately, she's quite correct. We only really need 1 artillery cannon. By the way, if you ever have a daily or a weekly to kill a bunch of Forged, this is the mission for it. I would love to take credit for that, but actually Pax showed me that. I do love how they've built Sahothan up across pretty much the entire game. Technically also in Guild Wars 1. And then they finally give it to us here. Like, they've been building this up for a while, you know what I mean? Which one's yours, Spartan? Exalted Markings. Yeah, Bragwin informed me of that one. Don't mind that thing. We actually saw them building that thing earlier, if you remember. Just gonna keep on killing, just keep killing.
You can't stop us all.
Hold on. It's coming.
Our commands! No one follows!
Out of my way!
I will take that as a good thing, Spartan. Hopefully. Peekaboo. I'm going after Balthazar. For Jogo.
Commander! Not now, Timey.
Dragon Lab, still doing research on the Incasho.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Sadizi said balance Elder Dragon.
Timey! Timey!
Great timing. Timey. Sorry. Actually, ironically, Guild Wars 2 arguably has a worse engine than Inquisition. But they've had a whole lot more time to learn it, unlike the poor people who made Inquisition, who were given very little time and no support whatsoever. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I feel bad for the developers of Inquisition. That is a bad hand to be dealt with. I would have quit. Real talk. I would have been like, alright, you know what, guys? You have fun. I'm gonna go make my own game. Anyone want to come with me? Screw that nonsense. Yeah, no kidding, Evo. I mean, have you signed... Oh god, Pax, you there? He's probably not. What's the name of that game? Crosswind, I think?
I'll never make it across on foot.
Hey, look, raptors. In case you need them.
Commander! The Exalted... The gods...
What just happened? Why did it get quiet? Timey, are you still there?
Ooh. It's okay, whatever's time he's about to tell us can wait until we've killed the God of War. It might be Crosswind. There's a game coming out from an indie studio that's basically Skull and Bones, but actually good. And, I mean, we're all aware of the new dynamic, right? Like, AAA studios are out of date, just as a concept at this point. Yeah, I get it. Sorry. Yeah, in case you're wondering, by the way, they never really delve into it as much as they probably could have. The Forged are actually horrifying. Balthazar went into the afterlife, ripped souls from the afterlife, and shoved them into golems. That's what the Forged are. We're actually freeing them as we kill them. So that's something, at least. It's one of the reasons I had so much respect for the one super Forged we fought. Because she did not enjoy life very much. Actually, yes, Playtable. Which is funny, because this predates Shadowlands by several years. WoW was trying to copy Guild Wars 2 and failed at it. That's why they did Dragonflight. They wanted to have a do-over. Now, hang on. Hang on. Oof, okay, this is... Wow, I'm getting murdered here. Oh, it's the two veterans. Oh, that's a lot of veterans, actually. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. Idea. Okay. That's not great. Okay, that one leashed. That one looks like it leashed. Okay, so let me just scooch up here. No, god damn it. Almost got some of my big cooldowns back. In fact, I'm gonna pop one right now. Let me up. Ugh. Let me up. Okay, he leashed. He leashed. Oh my god. I'm gonna blow my other cooldown, I think. Oh, maybe not. It's 2 vets. I could probably handle 2 vets if I'm careful. No, I'm getting Colgrim up. This is happening. Okay. Victory. Congrats, Mr. Ed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make fun. My brother-in-law drinks like nothing but Coke Zero exclusively. Okay. Do we have to kill this one? So, anyways, there's Kralkatorrik. He's a big boy, by the way. This is the first time we've seen him in the whole game. He's... I mean, that's his head. He's actually not as big as Primordus. People have done the math. Okay, fine. I like how it says I'm doing 0 damage right now, by the way. It doesn't understand Sahothan. I just find that funny. Okay. So you just kind of chill there, Kralkator. Yep, we're just gonna skip all this nonsense. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Up, 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 up. God damn it, Kralkator, I'm on your side here. Kind of. I know you don't really have a mind right now, because you're consumed by pain, but seriously. Wait, I have to... I actually have to kill the barriers? God damn it. Shoot. You'll see by the end of Season 4, Blade Jamal.
Safe.
SodaStream is a brand, but it just means sparkling water. Or flavored sparkling water. Whoops. Hit the wrong button there. Oh my god, that makes perfect sense, Jay Palmer. Does Balthazar care about anything of value? No. He is very much a Zeus. And if you know anything about Greek mythology, you know that. I don't mean the sex thing. He's just a petulant child. Like, Joko is less of an egoist than this guy is. Put it that way. That's not even a joke. Or a Joko, if you prefer.
Balthazar, safe.
Okay, now we can go to the top. Yes, Mr. Red. Even Joko, remember, he's got a bit of a mask. Balthazar is the mask. He really is totally willing to murder an entire planet worth of millions and millions of individuals just so he can show up people who said no to him. That's Balthazar.
Impossible. I rendered you.
I'm here to free Aurene from that thing.
You took advantage of Gwent's absence to escape the domain of the lost. But your resurrection is over.
Oh, hey, we did it. So this fight's interesting.
Face me.
Oh no, it's so wonderfully petty, Mr. Red. I love it. I do. Unironically love it. It is so pathetic. It's part of what makes Balthazar interesting as a villain.
Fire at will. Destroy the dragon.
I think he's out of range.
Take to finish this thing.
Yeah, Path of Fire actually has multiple really engaging villains. I think that's at least part of why I like it. Mordremoth was fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with Mordremoth as a villain, and Scarlet was interesting. But Balthazar and Joko, way more engaging.
Defend yourself, insect.
I will be curious to see what you think of the villain in End of Dragons.
Your machine's breaking down, Balthazar.
Welcome home, Luke.
Guess I'm not the only one who can wound an elder dragon.
Going down.
I've fought to protect Kralkatorrik. Can't believe I just said that. Stay with me, Aurene. It won't be long now.
Behold, even the ire of an elder dragon bounces off its protective shield.
Looks like Kralkatorrik isn't gonna sit this one out.
Yeah, so now... I actually really like this fight, by the way. First we... Oh, I say that as soon as I go down. Ugh. First fight is just knock over the thing. Second fight is deal with the ads. Third fight is deal with the ads and the protective shields. Fourth fight is... Now Kralkatorrik is hitting the entire arena the entire time, too. Oh, god damn it. Really? Little asshole. I don't know if you saw that.
Your machine's down. You failed.
Your joy confounds me. Do you think this is over?
Yeah, Kralkatorrik is enormous.
The dragon is near death. You will not keep me from my destiny.
So... Final quest. No, play tomorrow.
Commander of the Dragon's Watch Guild. Now stands alone. Against the god of war.
It's okay, I'm using your sword.
This has gone on long enough. Kralkatorrik's magic will be mine.
Hi, Aurene.
Aurene! Glad to see you in one piece. Let's keep it that way. Stay close.
Remember this? From all the way back when we were training Aurene?
Why won't you die and be done with it?
That's a good question. Why won't you die and be done with it, Balthazar?
You're of no use to me dead, but half dead will still work.
Dream on. I'll die before I let you hurt her again.
I mean, I've already done it once. Good girl. Oh, I kind of think he has, Lo, because he is fully locked in at this point. Like, there's nothing left.
Can't let you do this.
You can't stop me.
You say that. Pop one of Please.
Stump of a dragon! You're becoming a nuisance!
The god of war prefers to fight infants.
The god of war prefers to win.
That line right there is so much of his characterization. Right there. The god of war prefers to win. God, that says everything. Petulant.
The Dragon Slayer, now claim to be their champion.
I can fix what I've done, but only if Kralkatorrik lives.
No. Let you stop. You cannot win. The gods have abandoned this world. Abandoned you. I am fire. I am war. What are you?
Better.
Still standing.
No. I am a god. Curse you, Dwayna. Melandru. Betraying one of your own! Grunt! Torment!
Bye. God, that's satisfying. So, remember all that bloodstone magic he absorbed? What you may or may not remember is that Kralkatorrik is right there. Also, look at the blast from Balthazar's death. And to be clear, he dead. Like, he's gone. Praise Joko.
Are you okay?
Where's Balthazar?
Dead. Balthazar was determined to kill an Elder Dragon, and we stopped him. The world is safe, for now.
Is Aurene okay?
She saved my life, but then she ran off. Probably not safe to stay here. We should meet up back in Amnun to discuss what to do next.
See you back in Amnun.
So yeah, great fight, great scene. Lovely spectacle, and a surprisingly interesting villain for what he was.
Power flow at 30%.
No, Loke. I think he's erased. Everything that I know about this setting indicates that he is erased. He is gone. And, you know, I'm okay with that. So I don't know how long the outro is, but I'm 20 minutes into my lunch break. I'm gonna go grab some food. Then we'll wrap this up and segue immediately into Season 4. So, see you in a bit.